A few minutes before the drivers are allowed to go. Hello, Nick. Yesterday you achieved an amazing victory. Today it will be the same strategy to just go and have fun.
Just go and have fun, but I got Martin at the in the back row, aimed with a Williams FW07 and new slicks. So he's going to be coming through. It's not going to be easy, this.
It seemed so easy for you yesterday.
Yeah, but think of these cars, you can't really chill out and you know, take it easy because you have to be on it. If you're not on it, you start making mistakes. So I loved it. But I'll tell you what, the crowd and the marshals make this event proper.
Could the wind be an opponent, an extra opponent?
Sorry?
The wind can be an extra opponent?
Well, it's certainly going to keep me a bit cool. I'm not used to this heat, so that's going to help. But yeah, I think the headwind will, or tailwind's going to affect us, but whatever, I'm just going to enjoy it, flat out.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Have fun. Nick Padmore, the man from the pole position, he won the race yesterday, dominant from the start till the end of the 20 minutes. We'll see if anyone can get him today. He's somehow expecting from one of the opponents. Here is the beautiful Toyota also ready to start the race. I'll lead you to you commentators again to the box and to start the 20 minutes. See you at the end with the first three before the podium.
Louis, thank you very much indeed for that. Good to hear from Nick Padmore there about the fact that there is now a Williams FW07, which is going to be starting at the back of the group. We didn't see that yesterday. And Martin will be trying to push that through the front of the grid. But Nick has dominated this so far. So, yeah, Nick Padmore is going to start on pole with that Lotus 87B. Then Laurent Four, with the Ensign. Steve Brooks with his Lotus, and Sergis with the Surtees make up row 2. Marc Deville, who we have seen already today, with the Lotus 78, and Vincent Rivet with the March 811. Then we have Marco Fumagalli with the Theodore TR1 and Chris Perkins with his Surtees TS14. Richard Hope with the Alfa Romeo is another one of our front runners there. There we see the Hesketh, the number 27 car, which is a bit of a special one as well. Next, James Hunt car, the Alfa Romeo, a bit further back in the Marlboro colours, because people always think of Marlboro as being exclusively a McLaren sponsor, but they had their name on all sorts of different cars in the 70s and the 80s for that matter. But they sponsored, they were full named sponsors of the Alfa Romeo Formula One team back in the day, and that's why we have that car in the full sponsorship. We saw yesterday an excellent race from Nick Padmore. He ran away and hid basically from everybody else in that glorious Chrome Cars JPS Lotus, and that certainly rings a few bells, doesn't it, Nick?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an iconic car, isn't it? And to see it out there in the hands of Nick, being driven is something to cherish. Yeah.
So that first race after the lunch break now, and this will be a relatively short race. It's a 20-minute race, which I think is plenty for these cars. They're not endurance race cars. They're old Formula One cars, although it's hard to think of them as being old. But nonetheless, that's where we are. And Padmore there is taking his customary lead for his pole position start. Laurent 4 in the Ensign, which is a bit of a surprise to me. I mean, Ensign were never particularly competitive, and there is the Williams FW07, which is a very, very quick car. So we're going to keep an eye open for that. There's the Alfa Romeo in the Marlboro livery, and We talked yesterday, didn't we, Nick, about the high air box, and there's that high air box on blue and yellow Surtees that we see. There's the Alpha again.
It's such a good livery, isn't it? That Marlborough livery.
It is.
It's a shame it's not something that can be done anymore. But there we go.
Yeah, and it's quite obviously that couldn't continue. But there was so much tobacco money around in Formula One back in those days that it was almost unthinkable, really. But nonetheless, we are where we are, and that we have clearly an evolution. Of course, that Alpha has very much more ground effects than some. There's the Trojan, which is, we talked about yesterday, that the fact right at the early beginnings of aerodynamics, it's got the aerodynamics of a kitchen door rather than anything else. That it's got that huge door on the front of it, and that it's very, very basic aero, but nonetheless it worked. We have the Theodore out there as well. That's Marco Fumagalli, who will be starting on the fourth row of the grid. Theodore was built out of the basis of the Ralt Formula 3 car, and Ron Tornak reworked that basic design into a Formula 1 car for Teddy Yip, the Theodore of in the name.
Just look at those air boxes poking up.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? So cars all forming up now on the grid. But I hope those yellow flags being waved don't mean that there is somebody stopped. No, they've gone. So we're now all ready to go. Nick Padmore will try and make his customary start from pole and beat the ensign into turn one. Laurent 4 in that ensign will have completely different ideas. So green flag at the back, everybody's started, everybody's running. So we're ready to run. Red lights go out, we're away and running. And is it going to be Padmore? Yes, it is. Nick Padmore takes the lead in his Lotus 87B on the way down to turn one, and it's going to be a Lotus 1-2 because we then see the Lotus of Steve Brooks. But no, he's gone down to third place. Steve Brooks looked as if he was biting for second, but then it was Laurent 4 in the ensign who held on to that second place as they go into turns 2 and then 3. That's the Ligier, and right at the back not quite at the back now. That's the Williams, the FW07. That's the car that really brought the Williams team into the forefront and ultimately to the World Championship, being won by Alan Jones in that car, in that FW07, which we see there, number 27.
Yeah, great start from Nick Padmore. He's pulling away nicely, doing exactly what he has to do. These two behind, the more they squabble, the better news that is for Nick out front.
I think you're right, and once again, I think perhaps Laurent 4 is maybe half a second slower than the Lotus behind him with Steve Brooks at the wheel. But maybe I'm being a bit unfair. Let's keep an eye though on this FW07 scything through the pack. Oh, and that's the Surtees, the number 19 Surtees of Chris Perkins, which didn't even make the first lap, which is sad. And there we have Steve Brooks going for the overtake. Nicely done. And once again, we have a race on our hands, Nick.
Yeah.
Steve Perkins outdid it, but it's actually going to be it's the Williams that actually goes into third place now. And that's not going to be for long because he's undoubtedly bearing down on Laurent 4 in the ensign at the second place. That's only a matter of time. I think that Nick Padmore's analysis that Martin is going to be all over him very quickly. That's why he's made such a big gap to start with, because he wants to capitalise on this thing with Martin O'Connell in the Williams.
The Williams looks so purposeful there, doesn't it? It's coming through.
Oh, it's coming through with knobs on. That's undoubtedly the faster car. Start at the back, and he's going to give Padmore a run for his money. There is no doubt.
Yeah, Nick Padmore needs these laps to try his hardest to edge that gap.
Because in terms of what we've been seeing this weekend, this is a relatively short race. It's only 20 minutes start to finish, and we've already had nearly 4 of them.
Yeah, so every lap counts.
So here we go. This is easily done. Look at that. That was just. Thank you very much indeed. I'll have second place. Where now is Nick Padmore? This is going to be the difference. Remember this, it's 5.6 seconds right now between first and second, and I don't think it's going to be 5.6 seconds by the time they get to the end of this lap, but we shall see. Martin O'Connell, ace preparer, ace driver, and he's now moving on. Aren't those lovely cars to see? They probably move around a bit more than we thought they did.
Yeah.
The FW07 car in second place with Martin O'Connell at the wheel is very much probably the ultimate of that first generation of ground effects cars. That the Lotus 79 was really the one that broke all the moulds and suddenly has a car that's sticking to the road. The FW07 was very clearly a copy of that car. I think I can say that now, and that was what made the difference. They just refined it a bit more, and that's why they won the World Championship with it, with Alan Jones being World Champion, ably backed up by Clay Regazzoni. And so first and second, we're looking at the difference between Martin O'Connell and Nick Padmore, who is in the lead in the Lotus. The Lotus is from the 1978. So it's Padmore and O'Connell. Yeah, there's nothing between them in terms of top speed, is there, those two?
No, look at them coming down here. Who's going to get
We've just seen third change. Oh, look at this. This is brilliant stuff, isn't it? There's the Lotus 78 in JPS colours. So now we have a change for third place, and the other Lotus of Steve Brooks through past the ensign of Laurent Ford, and I think he will now be pushing on towards those leading two. But look, they look so good. And don't forget, these cars are pre-76, and the last Portuguese Grand Prix at this circuit was 1996.
Look at this. That's fantastic.
That is really fab. With those two very different cars, I have to say.
Yeah.
The Ensign is a much simpler car than the JPS Lotus. But yes, these cars are from the 70s and 80s, and that, in theory at least, the car that Alain Prost won here with in 1984 and Ayrton Senna won with in 85 could be in this race. And they're not, but they could be. That's the kind of spread that we have. The red Surtees there being pursued by the Ligier, one of the few cars in the race that doesn't have a Ford Cosworth DFV engine in it. And there's another of the Williams cars, that's the FW09. But here we see this lovely battle that we saw Martin O'Connell take a second out of Nick Padmore on that previous lap, which is not easy to do. And that anybody who can take a second out of Nick Padmore is doing pretty well.
Well, yeah. 12 seconds and 12 minutes to go. So let's see.
It's no, it's 4 seconds.
I apologise. Yeah, sorry.
4.7 seconds. Now we had a glitch on the screen there. That's it's not your fault. It must be such a treat to be out there driving these cars, because they may be anything between 40 and 20 years old, but they are very, very quick still.
Yeah, absolute time machines. When you're in there, you're still going to get all the same smells that you would have done in period, from the car in front, and it's going to feel, absolutely authentic.
But you're in for a lot of G-forces and a lot of physical effort that you have to go through to do all that.
Yeah.
So it's Nick Padmore from Martin O'Connell first to second. That the gap still 4.2 seconds. Padmore and O'Connell race against each other regularly in all sorts of different cars, so they know each other well, know their strengths and their weaknesses. That forward driving position on that Acela, it's scary. Just look at that speed that they're actually carrying through those corners. They're going hard. Ewan Sturgeson in 5th place in the number 58 Surtees from 69. Mr. John of B in his Ligier. Ewan Sturgeson has a huge collection of racing cars of all ages, and he took part in the Graham Hill tribute at Goodwood.
Little lock up there,
where he actually wore a Graham Hill tribute helmet to drive the Lotus 15 that Graham had driven in period, and also had on a stick-on Graham Hill moustache. So that's Ewan Sturgeson, who is there in the Surtees, the number 58 car. There we are. We have him there. He's now wearing what appears to be a David Coulthard tribute helmet, but I may be wrong. He's obviously a Scot after all, so he can wear it anyway. These cars trying to break the toe as they go down the start-finish line.
I think that was the first distinctive helmet I noticed in Formula One, actually, the David Coulthard lid.
Yes, it was a good one. So we're now down to 3.9 seconds, so 0.3 of a second out on that lap. 3.9, 3 of a second. He could do it, but he's going to have to get a pedal on.
Yeah.
But we're going to look like this. There's the Alpha 22 from 1982. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. That's one of the Ligiers. I think that's Sohail Ayari, who was driving that car. The veteran Le Mans driver, sports car driver. Oh, that was nice. Nicely done there, Mr. John of B.
These four are really going for it, aren't they?
They are, and we mustn't lose track of the fact that with these ground effects cars, they are not intuition based, that you need to go into a corner fast enough where the ground effects works at its best, and that is far quicker than you think you're going to come out of it. So Mr. John B holds on to that place. Fabulous racing all the way down the field. Just here on the effects microphones out in the field, the V12 of that Ligier Fly Saudi being the sponsors of those Williams cars in period, and
There's a great story, wasn't there, of how they managed to bag that sponsor.
I don't know that.
They pulled up outside the headquarters with the car done in the livery and said, "Do you want to pay for this?"
That's one way of doing it. So this battle is lovely, and Sturgeson and Mr. John B and Mark DeVee, 5th, 6th and 7th. Mark DeVee in the Lotus 78, which unsurprisingly was the forerunner of the Lotus 79. It was really the Lotus 78 was the first car in Formula One that had any sort of ground effects, and that it was the one that everybody said, well, how does it stick to the road? Oh, change there, Mr. John B going down the inside. Your Sturgeson had nowhere to go. So nicely done with these open-wheeled, big racing cars. And he's now got to keep it on the island and keep on going. Yeah, it's only a 20-minute race, so they have to work hard, and we're now down to very near the last quarter of the race. Nick Padmore is still 3.8 seconds to the good, so that's
impressive, isn't it?
It is. Because if you've got Martin O'Connell behind you in an FW07 Williams, you know all about it. So Mr. John B, Ewan Sturgeson, Mark DeVee, and Mark Hazel are those four. Battling for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Yeah, there's a bit of a gap there. He's managed to push fairly hard to get that out. And are we going to see a change here? Getting very close to that. We're going to see Mark DeVee trying on Ewan Sturgeson. Closer, closer, closer. He was in the slipstream as they came up through there, but no, he's not going to get it done. Not quite. Oh, and he almost loses out to Mark Hazel. Of course, one of the things with these ground effects cars, particularly something like that black 78 that we see there, is you don't want to be tucked up behind somebody because you lose all the ground effects. That if the air isn't flowing under the car and through the side pods, then you've got a problem. So therefore you need to drive accordingly. But Ewan Sturgeson in the 30s,
and that gap out front now up to 3.6. So yeah, that's unexpected.
But I'm sure Nick Padmore won't be sorry about it. That he's driving a superb race. It's the Lotus 87B. And Nick Padmore, continues apace as we thought he would. But there we see the pursuing Williams. I think he's left any push too late, but I don't think that this is over by a long way. Ewan Sturgeson is right there, and Mark DeVee right up behind him now in the John Player Special Lotus. That there's nothing between these two. In period, without any doubt, the Lotus would have been the faster car, but the Surtees has had lots of development over the years. That they're right down to the last 2 minutes of this race. Oh, he's got it.
Yeah, he's got him.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. He just made sure that he was in position. No, he lost it. Oh, that's what's brilliant about this circuit. That's what's absolutely fabulous. How many times have we seen that where people have managed to do the overtake on the way in and lose it on the way out?
It makes us look a bit silly, but it's great for the spectators
and the drivers.
Oh, here we go.
But to me, going
right on his gearbox.
Yeah. We last saw Mark DeVee out there in his Porsche earlier on. Now a very different animal. Now is it going to be this time round into turn one? Right close. Couldn't be any closer. Well, he could actually because he's pulling away. But there he goes down the outside. Wrong place to be. Unless he's going to try and get the cut back. The first time, I think, this weekend, Nick, that we've seen around the outside on turn one. Mark DeVee, a brilliant move.
And what a way to do it.
Yeah, really making the most of the ground effects that Lotus 78 has above all of those other cars that's in that gaggle. So Mark DeVee on his way. He's not going to get to Mr. John of B in the Ligier, because we're now on to the final lap. But he's going to give it a good go. He's going to give it a very good go. And these two are having a nice scrap now. That Surgeson and Mark Hazel are having a nice scrap. But there goes Nick Padmore on his way.
We're seeing this so much this weekend where drivers are going for it right until the bitter end. There's no let off at all, is there?
You're right. Don't think there's been anybody just going through the motions.
No.
I suppose part of that is that it's the end of the season and that therefore people want to go out on a high. But here comes Nick. Does the right hand flick into the tight left hand hairpin. There's not a lot in it, is there? If there were another 5 laps, I think we'd have a very different race. But
I think we'd be happy with that.
I think probably has set himself too big a target right there. There he goes. He's going to deprive the Theodore in front of him of another lap of racing. But Nick Padmore wins the Classic Grand Prix by Sotheby's Realty, and that he wins from Martin O'Connell in the Williams FW07 Fly Saudia, the ex-Alan Jones Clay Ragazzoni car. Third is going to be the Steve Brooks Lotus 91, also from owned by Chrome Cars. So we're going to have a Chrome Cars duo on the podium. Crosses the line there, and then the traditional swoop towards the pit lane for the ensign with Laurent Four. He's been watching too many Grand Prix, isn't he?
Yes, yeah. Good for him.
Yeah. As the battle, Mr. John of B wins that, and then very close for.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait for the timing screens to tell us how that finished. So it was Surgeson from Hazel. But yep, there's Nick Padmore. He knew right at the start that his challenge was going to come from Martin O'Connell. And he was right, it did, but it wasn't quite enough, or the race wasn't quite long enough, either way that you want to put it.
Yeah, he never allowed himself to get within the clutches. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, he just drove his own race, didn't he? It was as simple as that. But well done to Nick Padmore for that. So it is, yeah, Nick Padmore wins. Martin O'Connell is second, and third on the podium will be Steve Brooks. So we look forward to that. That'll be another happy podium.
Let's hope so.
Yeah. With Padmore and in fact with all three of them, they are driving other people's cars and driving them very well. These are not cars that the regular driver can do. So let's go down to Rui and get some words from our winners. So very happy people there, and all of them being congratulated by car owners, by family, by engineers and mechanics that they've had a great time, great race, and I think they all probably know where they sit, that Nick would have had a much bigger race had it been just another 5 or 10 laps longer. Martin O'Connell probably ruined the day a bit that he did that, because he came from right at the back of the grid. If he'd started on any of the front two rows, it would have been completely different. I couldn't tell you right now whether it would have been O'Connell or Padmore who would have won. Right, Rui is now down there with the crew in the pit lane, and that he'll be talking to them very shortly about that fascinating Formula One race that we've just seen.
Weekends. The first three are already in Parc Fermé. I'll try to talk with Nick. Nick, double win here at the Estoril. For sure, a very good memory that we'll bring back home.
Amazing. I've been very lucky to be racing here for the last 15 years. So that might look really easy from outside, but I knew Martin was catching me in that bad boy. So I was having a push like mad. And on the pit board, they were saying push, push. I was like, well, what do you think I'm doing? I'm pushing like mad. So
you told me before the race that you were afraid of him.
Yeah.
So you need to push all the time for the 20 minutes. And I see that your car is still with the tongue out, tired.
Yeah, it's done so well. And I must say a big thank you to Chrome Cars and Brightech and everyone, because without them I wouldn't be here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent win for Nick. He won yesterday. He doubled it again today. I'll try to talk with the second place also. They are around here, so I'll try to find them. Also, Steve. Steve, please.
Yes, hello.
Steve is with me here again. Steve, 2 races, always on the podium. Excellent weekend for you.
Yeah, great weekend. Yeah, I lost 5th gear again, which is annoying, but
It was the same as yesterday.
yeah. It was work for the first 2 laps, and then it went. But he was fantastic behind me, and he was catching me on the straights, and so it was a really tough race.
So you're happy with the 3rd place?
Yeah, very happy.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll see you back next year for sure.
You will for sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Nick. 2nd place, please. Mike? Martin, sorry. Fantastic race. The start was not that good, probably. It was the difference not to be around Nick.
The difference was we started last, so I think the start was actually really good. But it was never going to be easy to catch Nick. So, but I made it hard for him. So that's the main thing.
That was your strategy, to make it hard as possible.
Because I didn't expect to catch him, but if you keep pushing and he knows you're coming, then maybe you make a mistake. But he didn't, and it was a great race, and it's fabulous to be here. You've got to love the circuit here, and the event is amazing. So thanks for everybody for coming, and it's been a mega weekend.
For sure, we'll see you next year.
Absolutely, yes, no problem.
Thank you. Martin a terminar então, Martin O'Connell. It was the 2nd place at the end. Martin finished with his beautiful Williams with Alan Jones color scheme. The John Player Special Autos won again. I'll hand it to you guys again. The Formula 1
Thank you, Rui. Thank you very much indeed. Great to hear the boys there talking about their respective things. I love the fact that Nick Padmore said that the pit wall put the sign out, push, and he thought, what do you think I'm doing? I think that's very, very typically Nick. But yes, very good race, fascinating race, and it looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing when you actually think about it. These guys driving these cars, the opportunity they have. I mean, it's not as if in 20 years' time you'll be able to purchase a current AlphaTauri, for example. I don't know, maybe you will, but I very much doubt it. To be able to drive these cars that we all saw in period and wondered what it would be like to be behind the wheel, and now these guys are there and they're driving them fast.
I think it's an interesting point you make, because for 30 years at least, probably longer, people have been saying, well, these modern cars are so complex that once they finish racing in top line Formula, whether it's Formula 1 or sports cars or whatever, that will be the end of them. And I've said to you before that we've seen with Group C that people said, no, there'll never be Group C races for old Group C cars because they're much too complicated. And yet we see them. And I think that there is no reason technically why we couldn't see current Formula 1 cars. I mean, there are all sorts of other reasons, which is about the business side of things, or whether they're for sale, whether the owners are allowed to sell them, all those kind of things. But nonetheless, I think it is technically possible that you would see current or recently moved cars in historic races in the future, and I hope we do.
I hope we do.
I would hate to think that Formula One historic racing stops at this point. I think it would be a great shame. Nick Padmore, of course, the fastest man ever to run around Goodwood, and Nick, from a standing start in an Arrows A11, standing start, average around Goodwood, 124 miles an hour.
Oh, wowzers.
So, yes, he's no mean peddler. And there we have the boys, Steve Brooks, Martin O'Connell, and Nick Padmore standing there.
Some great crowds as well gathering now, isn't there?
There are. It's delightful to see just how popular it is. And those three, and they know each other very well. Obviously, Steve Brooks and Nick Padmore are teammates, so they work together all the time. But also that we have Martin O'Connell, who would know them both very well. We're now moving up towards our next race, which is the Heritage Touring Cup. Now, this is going to be a fascinating one. The Heritage Touring Cup. It's a race for, if I look down the entry list, it's Ford Capri RS 2600. There's an Escort RS 1600, BMW 635 CSIs, 3-litre CSL BMWs. We've got just some fabulous stuff out there.
Back to the 80s.
Back to the 80s, isn't it? Yeah, and that they. These will be good. Interesting point of interest. We talked about how big the Vergler transporter would have to be to bring all those cars that they were running in the earlier race. Well, we have all 4 Verglers now in the next race as well.
So that transport, that hypothetical transporter has just grown tremendously.
It's just doubled in size. So it's Gunnar from Brittmeyer. Gunnar starting. We've seen some star drives from him today already. So Dominic Gunnar is going to be out in his BMW 3-litre CSL. Then we have the number 123 Emil Brittmeyer with a Cologne Capri. Then we have the number 52 car, and that is Yves Skimama in another 3100 Capri, which is the later version. Then the number 37 car is Armand Miele. We've seen all these drivers at least once during the course of today, with another 3100 Cologne Capri. You were brought up on Capris.
Yeah, both my mum and dad had a Capri at the same time.
Did we?
Well, I think you did. You had the kind of, I don't know how to describe it. Was it a kind of bluey green metallic?
Oh,
2.8.
2.8, yes.
I think it was quite a brief ownership you had of that, but I think it did overlap with the gold stroke brown Capri that
very fashionable at the time. Yeah. Capri is absolutely gorgeous, and we've got both versions here, the 2600 and the 3100. Now, many of these cars will be tribute cars. They will have been built up from road cars comparatively recently, but that takes nothing away from that. We're looking forward to a fantastic race. 32 cars expected on the grid for this race, which is going to be a treat, and that's going to be a 1-hour race. 2 drivers, or if you don't have 2 drivers, you still have to make the pit stop, a compulsory pit stop within that. There are cars are out on track. That's great. So
look at those.
We can actually just have a
drool.
Have a drool. Yes, about all of those cars. Don't they look fabulous? And I'm glad you're saying this, Nick. That as my son, maybe you've been influenced, but nonetheless, these are cars of an era, and great to see.
Oh, 80s cars rock. lots of time for them.
We haven't seen these cars out on track yet at all. And this was a time when manufacturers were spending huge amount of money on their racing programs, and you would see people like Niki Lauda and Ronnie Peterson out in these cars. Hans Stuck, of course, was an absolute stalwart of touring cars. But you would see Formula One drivers, current Formula One drivers, would be out in these cars because they were being paid so much money. That blue and white Capri that you see there one of those was driven by Jackie Stewart.
Okay.
I mean, not necessarily season long. Sometimes they needed the points for something else, but they just hired the best driver they could possibly get hold of, and that it was hugely popular. It was the European series which was the most popular, and that's why we see the BMWs and the Capris were almost entirely from Ford of Germany, not Ford of Britain. So there was a little bit of a fallout, but it was in the main the European Touring Car Championship, the ETCC, as it was called, where most of these cars come from. There was more than one class in the ETCC, so that's why you see some smaller capacity classes, and that might be an Escort, might be all sorts of smaller capacity cars. But safety car being hassled a bit, I think, by our front row. But he's going to be pulling off very shortly.
As it would have been hassled in period.
Oh,
surely.
yeah, that's a period move if ever there was one. Lights are still red, waiting for green. Still waiting. There we go, and it's that all Capri front row, and there's beautiful V6 engines pushing away. So it's Capris in the first 4 or 5 places as they go into turn 1. Just looking down the order, which we didn't have much of a chance to see on that warm-up lap. We've got Escorts, we've got a couple of Alphas in there as well. That's so much to look at and drool at. It's that drool factor again, Nick.
It is.
The Capris very much dominant in numbers in this race. The BMW CSL, and then started as the CS, gave way to the CSL, which had aluminium boots and bonnet and wings and things, and was a homologation special. But as the cars moved around, almost a strange line from the yellow Capri there.
Yeah, I don't think that was intentional.
I know, I don't think it was. That's the number 83 car there, in very much the traditional Ford of Germany colour scheme, as are several of the cars here. But there, as I said, this is a 2-driver race. We have perhaps a third of the field will be doing 2 drivers. The Vergler family are not interchanging on drives, so they each have 1 car to race.
It's a long time to go, isn't it? An hour for these cars. It's no mean feat.
No, ETCC races were quite long in period. They were not sprints. They would probably have been about an hour long. And sometimes you would have longer races with 2 professional drivers in them. So they're certainly built to do this. Look at the bodywork on that BMW. It's all flared arches.
Gorgeous, mate.
It's fabulous to see. So it's 30 from 52 from 323. So in the lead we have we have Benjamin Poron. But look at that, a BMW versus an Escort. The Escort was popular all over the world for racing.
He goes at the inside there. He set that up the corner before nicely.
Using what would be a lot more power in that BMW than in the Escort. The Escort has the handling, which which is a very good omen for the next 56 minutes and 30 seconds.
It is, absolutely.
Because there he goes back through. Not quite getting it done.
He has not been put in his place, so to speak, has he?
No, there's none of that. That's Nicholas Letirian in the 25 car. And he'll be sharing with Christian Traber, who we've already seen out in his Porsche earlier on today. But BM is pushing out a bit of smoke, though, isn't it?
Yeah, has been for a while now.
The number 47 is the escort behind him. Guy Fabrice, Mestro, and Eric Seychaux are in that car. You can see, just looking down this field, how touring cars evolved over the years. That here we are a bit further down the field, and standard body shapes, but up at the front you've got the Capris and you've got the BMWs with big flared launches. That you've got the odd aerodynamic appendage, and that eventually we saw the Capris with a huge spoiler on the boot. But I think that post dates these regulations. But we still have a battle out front as well. Maxime Gunard, who is probably used to the circuit by now, in his Capri, is the man out front. 75 there is Simon Evans. He's the Brit in that RS 2600. All of these cars, these RS cars from Ford, were built as what's known as homologation specials, that you had to build a given amount to be able to race them, and I think in period it was probably 500 that you had to build. So they'd go and build 500, and they'd sell them to the lucky few. Probably 100 of those would become race cars around the world, but nonetheless they were never intended to be everyday road cars in any shape or form. Oh, and somebody's spinning there at the last corner. That's one of the escorts. We haven't seen anybody spin there before, have we?
No, first time this weekend.
Yeah. So probably trying to get a very good exit, and they got the exit, but not a good one.
You were always a Ford man, weren't you? Back in the 80s.
Probably, yeah. Had a fair few fast Fords.
Had a flirtation with Ford.
Yeah, had a fair few, and they were arguably the car to have. Arguably they weren't.
There is an argument to have.
So there's yet another Vergler car. That's the number 5 car of Alain Vergler. So the Swiss family Vergler are having a very busy time. That's the escort there in Castrol colours, which is the other thing that we saw back in this period, was the oil companies spending lots of money as well. The 75 there is an interesting one, because that's carrying the livery of a company called Wiggins Teep, who sponsored Brian Muir in the British Championship, and that car ran with Wiggins Teep on the side, and all their advertising said it because they were a company that made paper.
Okay.
And they were a paper mill, and
not Wernham Hogg.
And it was down the side of the car. It said the paper maker's pacemaker.
Wow.
And so that's either a tribute car or the actual car So that's the blue and yellow car on the left of your screen right now, snaking and braking. Oh, I hope I can get it stopped. Moment.
And he did.
He did. He did.
He's a bit compromised, but he did.
Yes. I think these cars, you're seeing several different iterations of the same car, effectively. That these Capris, as I said, some of them, the ones up at the front, are really very highly developed race cars. The papermaker's pacemaker was an English British touring car, and as such, that the regulations were rather different, and that the modifications were fewer, so therefore that has a different look to it. Cocking the left front wheel as he went through the left-hander there.
Look at that.
That was nice. But again, here we go. 2-litre Escort versus a 3-litre BMW. How long's that going to last? But is that going to change as they cross in front of the pits next time round? Because I would imagine that BMW is going to be much faster in a straight line. But the number 182 car there took a completely different line into the uphill S Parabolica. It's just an embarrassment of riches with this particular race. That there's, as I said, there are 32 cars on track.
That Castrol livery is great, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's.
I remember going to circuits with you when I was younger and badgering you for a toy car at the end, and a Castrol livery would always suffice. It would always, yeah.
Yes, it's. I do remember that. Yes, it was always the price to pay. It was not about
the price to pay.
Yeah, it was not about getting in. It was about the
getting out
at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But yes, on Castrol, great. That car is carrying the name Zach Speed on the front. That's who were the ace tuners of Ford cars, Eric Zakowski, and they just were the people, and they could build Escorts, and they built Capris. They ultimately built the Capris like the one that we've seen, which was the 1.4 turbocharged car that we saw yesterday, which was just stupidly fast and very, very little like a Capri that they built for the DTM. Oh,
that's a shot, isn't it?
Oh,
flames.
Isn't that great? And these cars are all in their original livery, which I think is great to see.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
Our leader deprived us of a flame out on that particular occasion, but the Maxime Gunnar car, and he's actually got quite a comfortable lead now, 3.8 seconds. So 3.8 is enough that he doesn't have to worry too much about anything. Iskimama, although again a very experienced driver, a bit further behind him. Different model of Capri,
but still very similar.
This is me zipping up my anorak. That's a Mark III Capri behind him. But yes, Maxime Guinard, the metronome tick-tock of a Ford V6, Cologne V6. Great cars. We've already had a quarter of this race run so far. I've got a yellow flag somewhere, so we'll have to keep an eye open for where that is. And there, that's where it is. So that's the BMW of Philippe Truffier.
Oh, he's back in.
He's back in. So did he stop because he had the boot open or something like we've already had today in the 2-litre cup?
Yeah, I don't think it was a comfort brake.
I do hope not.
He may have been trying to reverse it into that little little road.
Yep, you are right. So that flag will disappear any second now, as soon as the marshals are back on post. We'll see that. The lead now 4.7 seconds. We still have a yellow flag out, so do you think that is that incident, or perhaps there's something else?
It may be. They just haven't got everybody in and accounted for yet. I think it's now gone. So
fine, so that explains it. Thank you very much, Nick. And there we see the battle between Veillard and Vergler. Somebody's had a nasty moment just before them with the tyre smoke.
When you see a Capri there like that, it was Europe's Mustang, wasn't it?
Oh, very much so. It was designed as such, and that's the pony car revolution in the States, which really was a revolution. They'd been making bigger and bigger and bigger cars with flashier chrome work and bigger fins, and then there was a movement to downsize a bit, and then the Mustang came along and it changed everything. And there is no doubt that the Capri was modelled on the Mustang, not only in looks but also in the way it was marketed and the way that it was out there. The BMW, though, perhaps slightly different, because they were that BMW CSL, you see there, the Batmobile as it was known, for obvious reasons, because of all the wings and appendages on it. That was a kind of halo car that said BMWs are very fast, and so why don't you buy one to go to the shops in? And so they were thinking slightly differently from a marketing perspective, but nonetheless it relied on winning. And as I said at the beginning of the race, these manufacturers, BMW and Ford, by whom I mean, just spent huge amounts of money on these cars.
Selling the dream.
Yeah. And if ever there was a win on Sunday, sell on Monday, it was the European Touring Car Championship, and it was every bit as competitive as this is. Third overall, we now have the 1-2-3 car, Emil Breitmeier, and that's another 3100 Cologne Capri. Called Cologne simply because that's where the Ford performance factory was. So they were known as Cologne Capris. I don't think they were ever actually called that. But to anybody who knows their Capris, if you talk about Cologne Capri, that's it.
Yeah. So just for reference, it doesn't smell great.
Or a Cologne Capri. That's probably the worst one that you've done so far.
Yeah, arguably. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right up there with the Devils. So you can see that the 51 car there, a fairly basic body shape. Tony Seiler in that sort of relatively standard Capri. We used to see Tony Seiler race his Lola T160 at Daytona and for HSR, where we've been in the commentary box, or as they would call it in America, the booth.
The booth, absolutely. The booth that moves. I still maintain it does vibrate slightly, that booth.
Oh, what, at Daytona?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. But Tony Seiler has a dark green T160 Lola sports car which is very successful. But he's out now in his Capri. It's quite worthy of note, having just seen those Formula One cars out with liveries and colour schemes which are obviously very, very much designed, that these are running genuine period colour schemes, but it does have that feel of saying, oh well, let's put another sticker on because we've got another $500.
Yeah.
There isn't a lot of design in some of these.
Yeah, you stop short of saying that it crashed into Halfords, and you know, but yeah, there's certainly some stickers whacked on there where they see a spot, isn't there?
Yes, you could put it just there. But these cars, you see that again. The number 9 car of Thomas Studer is one of the early iteration cars.
The Australians like to litter their cars with stickers, don't they?
Yeah.
I see it a lot out there.
Partly because there's a lot of money in touring, or has been in the past, a lot of money in touring cars in Australia. I still think my favourite Australian touring car sponsor is a seller of wines and spirits and beers and things, an off licence, which is called Bottle O, which could only be an Australian company in the Bottle O.
That's it. I still love the fact that they abbreviate an ambulance. You know, they call it an AMBO. Yeah. Even when announcing it in an emergency situation, it's an AMBO.
So, yeah, that's a great scrap between those two. We're seeing quite a few scraps down the field, but out at the front, the lead is now 7.9 seconds. Maxime Gunnar from Iskimama. But don't forget that we do have a compulsory pit stop in this race. So we've seen that change the fate of the race several times.
Absolutely. All could still change.
It's interesting to see that these cars are all running in genuine colour schemes.
Yeah, and each one is completely unique but great, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the stance on those things is insane.
Second place, Iskimama there. But I must be honest, I don't remember that as a period colour scheme, although it is. I know it is, but he sits there in that. The third place, Emil Brickmeyer. Again, a good colour scheme for that on his Cologne Capri. And that isn't a big gap. So it's Capri 1, 2, 3. Our first BMW was actually in 5th place, and that's the 3-litre CSL of Christian Traber. I'm probably doing him a disservice as a gentleman from Germany, because I'm sure it is Switzerland. It's probably Traber, but who knows?
I think you can be forgiven on that one.
Can I? And there comes our second place man, doing a bit of lappery already. 23 minutes into this race.
And again, seeing some great crowds. Lots of people filling the grandstands. Oh.
When you next see that number 1, 2, 3 going down pit straight, have a look, because I think the bonnet is flexing under high speed, and that there's a gap above the radiator grill, but Have a look and see what you think. I might be imagining it, but providing it's held at both sides, which I'm sure it is. Sure, it must be.
We've all had a bonnet come off at some point.
Yeah, I can remember you having that. Yes, I do remember you having that.
Sort of driving back like Ace Ventura with my head out the window.
Yeah, that's that particular Cologne Capri, the 123. Yeah, I'm sure there is flexing in the bonnet there, but I think it probably is only just that. Can you see the top part? It's a little Aston Martin like.
It is.
With that top curve to the radiator grille.
We're into the engine, you see.
Yeah. Yes. And you see, if this was modern racing, that would be planned and designed to do that. Thank goodness this isn't modern racing.
It's almost got a sort of XJS look, isn't it?
Yes. Second place car there. .5 seconds first to second. 11.8 further down the road. So there's some serious lappery going on here after 25 minutes. But we'll be into pit stop time very soon. These two driver races very obviously add another dimension to the race all the way through. They're also a clever way of actually allowing people to share the costs of running a car. That if you've got two drivers and you can therefore divide your race costs in two, but both get out there and have some fun, then that's a good way of doing it. But nicely executed there from the third place car, the 123 car of Emil Breitmeyer. He's getting closer and closer.
He is.
So it's certainly on the struggle there. So there we are. There's yet another of the Capris, the Armand Mille, who we've seen already. Who is part of the Richard Mille family of very, very high quality, very, very expensive watches. But the car looking fab in that red and white colour scheme. That car currently in fourth place. But we could see any of these change because we have seen some significant changes during the course of the races over this weekend, where people have either misjudged their timings or have been lucky with safety cars, or that one driver is faster or slower than the other. So this isn't done and dusted by a long way. And although there is that 9-second lead now between Gunnar and Skimama, but nonetheless, and that could come or go easily.
There are 10 beautiful Capris out there, each one rare.
Are those the 200s? Sorry, 3/100s.
Yeah.
There's that Zach Speed Escort that you were loving. The Zach Speed were probably the greatest tuners of Ford cars, and enjoyed patronage from Ford themselves as producing cars for the championships around the world for many, many years. And continues to run there in that, as you said, that very, very atmospheric Castrol livery.
Are Zach Speed still running?
I don't think they are, but I may be being unfair. Maybe we'll try and check that. But it's just a joy to see, and thanks to our director for holding on to that, because doing a lap with that car is absolutely great. Two sides of the European Touring Car Championship, a Ford Escort and a BMW 2002. They were arch protagonists in the second class back in period.
So they're just picking up where they left off.
Yeah, it looks like it. Lead gap is fairly constant now at 8.4 seconds, so it's reasonably under control. The 222 trying to close down on the car in front. This, of course, for 6th place. Not this time, methinks.
No, he was quite far back.
Right, we now begin to see the first few pit stoppers. That's almost exactly half distance. So this will mess the system up, won't it? But we have half an hour left to run.
Oh.
Nicely played there.
Yeah.
Still that battle. 222. 6th place. There's a 52. Our 2nd place car. Now needing very much to press on. Because the 37 car is now right behind him. Armand Mille is all over his mirrors. Very, very similar cars once again. And that looks lovely, that 53 Alpha.
It does. It's the curving on the arches, isn't it, on those Alphas?
It is. It's really, really nicely done. So both of our current leaders have stopped. There's only one person who technically hasn't stopped, which should have done, and that's the Christian Traber car, which doesn't appear on our timesheets to have stopped, but everybody else has done, and we're now seeing still the Gunnar car number 50 from 52 and then 37. So Capri's first, second and third, 50, 52 and 37 are leaders. So Maxime Gounard, who really has run this from the start, his Kimama continues to run just a little bit behind. He's far enough behind that he's not a trouble. And then the number 37 Armand Meal car, which without a doubt is on a journey. But then the screen has now updated and everybody has stopped, so that's fine. Yeah, you talked earlier on about the Bizzarini being very Italian, and I suppose with the Alfa Romeo we're looking at there, the number 53 car, that Christian Ollendorf's car does look as if it has been designed rather than engineered, doesn't it? That those, as you said, those round arches, they all look right. Whereas with the BMWs and with the Fords, there is a bit of them, in my eyes, that says they've been modified by engineers.
Yeah, bits have been bolted on.
Mm.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't mean that unkindly in any shape or form, but the Alfa just seems to have been designed a bit more.
Yeah, no, the Bizzarini still for me is it screams Italy. if it was a person, it would have a sort of pencil moustache. It's a great looking car.
Yeah, and so is that the
beautiful
BMW. That now has Nick Padmore at the wheel, so he's had his glass of water after his Formula One race, and he's now out in a BMW. So he's out there doing his thing again. It must be very difficult. I've asked him in the past about is it difficult to jump from one car to the next, and he said no, not really. He said you get used to it. You know what you're driving.
Yeah, I think if you do enough of it.
Yes.
If you were in one car all the time and then changed, that would be very different. But I think he's in so many different cars that he's just used to it.
Yeah, I think you're almost certainly right there. Let me see, the Zach Speed Escort 222. Currently in 8th place, but thinking that it might be a good idea to have 7th. Because the 83 car is up the road and in sight. Now cutting down to the last 23 minutes of the race. Three abreast down start finish straight. That'll do.
Yeah, that last corner is rewarding, isn't it? If you can be brave.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right that we've seen so many people who've done a really good technical last corner of the race, of the lap, that set them up to do the outbraking manoeuvre into turn one. It starts all the way back there.
Yeah.
Before you do it, and we've seen several people take some very old lines into that last corner, but then you understand why, because they're looking for the slingshot to get them down the start finish straight. But there's still a growing gap now between first and second. Now,
look at this!
A little close.
Literally tried to wiggle his way through the two of them there.
Yes, not sure he did. Not sure whether there was any contact or not. Is that our second place car?
Yes.
It is. That's the 52 car, isn't it? That's there. Falling down the order already. So Iskamama seems to be in trouble. I mean, he may have been recovering from an off or something, but certainly was making very, very little progress as we saw the car there. Yellow flag, so 2 and 2 are adding up to say that he's actually stopped out on circuit. So that's yellow flag out on the top part of the circuit, out of our sight currently.
That's a shame for him, isn't it?
It is, it is. It's funny how, you know, with a thing like the Heritage Touring Cup, that it's given all sorts of these cars, all sorts of these drivers, an opportunity to race something which perhaps is a bit closer to their own personal history. That, you know, like you, people who remember them as perhaps being in the family or being taken to watch as kids, whereas some of these people have got, you know, the old Lola T70 or Formula One Lotus or something, but they don't really remember those because
Exactly.
The time difference is different.
For me, on a personal note, in this race, all we're lacking. Oh,
That's the previous car, but that's
the
the
Mark
Zach
One.
Speed car, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, that's in trouble. Definitely in trouble.
They're dropping like flies.
All of a sudden, 20 minutes to go. Papermaker's pacemaker.
Yeah, I was going to say with the nostalgia factor for my generation, all this is missing really is a Datsun 240Z, which is the only other car that you had that I wanted.
Yeah, yeah. Sadly, wouldn't be allowed in this. But,
No.
But nonetheless, yes, I know what you mean. There are a few racing still, in common with everything else.
Are they good race cars?
They were better race cars in the States because they were more developed. A chap called Paul Newman raced one for a while, so that's good enough for me.
Yeah, you'll take that.
If it's good enough for Cool Hand Luke, then it's good enough for me.
Exactly.
Or Butch Cassidy, should I say, more appositely. There's the number 9 car, currently in 8th position. We haven't seen any more of the Zach Speed car, which is confusing. Nick Padmore down in 14th place, which is not what he's used to. It's
You're doing some good.
Oh, don't tell him that. So the order is in first place the number 50 Maxime Gunnar Capri. Second place and 20 seconds behind now is the 123 Capri of Emil Breitmeyer. Third place then is the 37 car, which is Armand Miel. Fourth, we have the first of the BMWs, which is the 25 Christian Traber car. Then in fifth place, we have the number 47 car, which is the Guy Fabrice Mistral Eric Schickel Ford Escort. First of the Escorts is the number 47 car. Then after that we have the number 83 in sixth place, and that is the Escort again. Then seventh place we have number 51 Tony Seiler, who we've talked about already, and he's in his Capri, so it's pretty much a forward route at the moment. 8th place we have number 9, Thomas Struder in his Capri. 10th we have the number 75 car, which is Simon Evans in a Capri 2600, the slightly more basic ones. And then after 75 we go to 182, and that is the Martin Kundig Ford Escort. So it's a bit of a forward route at the moment, which isn't typical of the period. But nonetheless, some good fun being had out there. The sun's getting a bit warmer. We're seeing temperatures rise just a bit. Look at the aerodynamics on that car.
Yeah, it would be great to be in there, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you can see why it was known as the Batmobile, can't you?
You can, yeah, but it's so loaded on the front end, isn't it?
Yeah.
With that splitter on the front there.
And then those little fences on the edge of the bonnet, front to back, and the spoiler above the rear window, and then that huge barn door.
Yeah, it's still a car that commands your attention, isn't it?
Oh yes. Yeah, these are lovely, and I have to say they sound lovely as well. Bearing in mind they are production engines, but nonetheless, they are superb cars to be out there. That BMW is smoking a bit on the change down, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I thought previously it was tyres, but yeah, I think you're right.
I think it's just as he changes down, it's just spitting a bit of smoke. But that might just be, it might be flaming, and we can't see the flame bit. Mark 2 Escort there in denim colours. Again, that's a car built by Zaxpeed in period. In period, they used to race these at some of the very greatest circuits. They would race these at the Nordschleife Nürburgring, for example. They had a round of the European Touring Car Championship at a circuit called Brno, which was then in Czechoslovakia.
Really?
Which was an incredibly long and incredibly fast circuit, an incredibly dangerous circuit for that matter. But they would go basically where the demand was. That this was a manufacturer-based series, German manufacturer-based series, because it's BMW and Ford, and that they would just go where they needed to have a race. That is definitely smoking now.
Yeah.
But only 13 minutes left to run.
Can he hold on?
I would hope so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So, without doubt, a Capri or a Ford benefit. Christian Traber being the only person who's going to get in the way of that with his number 25 BMW 3-litre CSL, his Batmobile, but everything else in the first 10 cars is a Ford. So a rerunning of the 1975-76 perhaps European Touring Car Championship here at Estoril in the late summer sunshine.
It's perfect conditions, really, isn't it?
It is perfect conditions.
Not overly hot, but hot enough.
And let's not lose sight of this battle here that we're seeing 575 and 182. There's the number 5 car, which is in 9th place. 75 is the blue one. In 10th, 182, then is the Ford Escort behind them. It's just a little bit further behind, but this is the battle 5 and 75 for 9th and 10th place. As we're going to tick down to 11 minutes left to run in this race. So, I suppose everything that we've said about brakes and tyres applies to these cars as much as anything else. That they will have to be managing those brakes and tyres throughout the race.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, they were built to go the distance, but even back in the day, towards the end, gremlins would have crept in. So
tyre management, particularly, has always been a factor in any form of racing, right from the dawn of time almost.
And we haven't got round it yet.
Nope, we haven't. Escort, Capri, and BMW. BMW moves to the inside of turn 1, can't make it stick. And so the battle continues.
Cool, he is.
It was a gutsy move.
Yeah.
Didn't work, but it was a gutsy move. That's young Padmore again, isn't it?
I think the die is cast on this.
Do you?
I think so, yeah, absolutely.
Think you can do that in 9.5 minutes?
Easy.
So that's 83 and 47 having a great battle there. Nick Padmore, of course, is not in this fight. So, not yet. He is now.
Yeah. He is in a fight. Yeah, he's done it.
He's done it again, hasn't he?
Yeah.
The bat down the home straight, got it done. Nick Padmore moves up to 13th place. So he's unlapped himself from those two. Oh, well, that didn't work so well.
I think that was inevitable, wasn't it?
Yeah. So this very much a Ford fest, which we're watching now. 9 out of the top 10 cars are from the Ford stable, and it's still Maxime Gunin who leads. Second place is still the 1-2-3 car of Emil Brittmeyer, and then in third place we have the other Capri 3100, and that's the 27 car. But certainly in the first three places, we have Capri 3.1 litres of Cologne V6 in the front of all of those. Yes, you could never say that particular colour scheme is attractive with all those stickers all over it, although I know it's genuine, so that's absolutely
Yeah,
fine.
it depends on perception, doesn't it? One man's ugly is another man's beautiful.
True. Joe Twynham there in the blue Capri. Yeah, 75 car. Been sharing with Simon Evans. Another lock-up. These Capris are they're very light at the front, aren't they? They seem to waggle the odd front wheel on the tighter court.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, perfect timing. Yeah, we saw it a lot in the Porsches as well, didn't we?
We did.
But these tend to sort of cock a front leg.
Yeah.
Quite a lot.
Vogler now giving it full beans. This is for, as you see, 9th and 10th. But Vogler is going to make that 9th place for him. Oh, and another stop there. That's the Charles Firmenich Henri Moser BMW. Not a good day for BMW. And it's hard to tell where that is. Can't see any signs up anywhere, any flags up anywhere. Round 2 or 3. But so now it's Vogler from Twyman. Joe Twyman coming from a very strong motorsport family. Currently does lots of work with Gooding's auctioneers in the UK. Right, you can just see the top of the stopped.
Yeah, that's where it is. Yeah.
There, so that explains that. Can't see any activity around it, but hey ho. So the Tony Seiler car, the 51 car, gets on its way. Yellows are still out. It's not going to change anything very much for anybody, but nonetheless, it's always nice to finish the race on a clean track.
Absolutely. You mentioned the auction house there. I mean, it must be dangerous to work that closely to so many prestige cars and historically important cars. If you've got a few quid, I think it's a minefield, isn't it?
Yeah, I had a conversation, as you know, with Charlie Ross, who is the chief auctioneer for Goodings.
Yeah.
And probably well known to lots of people as being the face of all sorts of antique shows on. Oh, full course yellow, right? Okay. Of all sorts of antique shows on BBC, and he said, that it's quite a challenge to be auctioning cars for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. And he said, I quite often get asked what it is I'd like to take home that I sell, and I say, thank you, but I'll stick with my grey Volvo estate.
Yes. But I think he's in the minority. I think
he probably is, and he is an antique dealer, so you have to have a Volvo estate. Now this is going to be a bit of an anticlimax if we're not careful, because it's got 2 minutes left to run and a full course yellow. So we need to get that cleared, please, chaps, and then we can get on our way. final lap and a full course yellow. That's the racing done. Oh no! Right at the end, the full course yellow's gone. So anybody who's held anything up their sleeve, they do it now.
This is Abu Dhabi all over again, isn't it?
No, I hope not. Don't think we'll see much in the way of changing places now. But a good race nonetheless. So have you ever seen one of these races before?
This is my first. Many of the races this weekend have been my first baptism into this sort of style of racing. Still, for me, the 60s endurance race last night is completely knocked me for six. It's great stuff to see.
Right, so we're now in for final lap of this race. I think we are getting one extra lap, but nonetheless, the countdown has begun. There we are, checker flag. So an excellent Ford demonstration, it would be fair to say. Our winner was the number 50 Maxime Gunnar in his Ford Capri. Then we have the 123 Emil Brittmeyer car, the 37 Armand Miel, which is also a Capri. 25 was also one of the Capri 83. We also saw as a Capri, and then 47. I'm trying to find anything that wasn't a Capri. Ford Escort is quite good news. 47 who finished there, and then 3 Christian Oldendorf in his Alfa Romeo Giulia. So we got an Alfa in the top 10, which is great news. But yeah, I think yes, Nick, you're more of a you more cover stuff on modern day racing than historic, but we've seen some great racing, and I think that's really what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, we've seen some gentleman racing, haven't we? We've seen people enjoying it. Whether I'm sure there's pressure behind the scenes, but it doesn't translate onto the track. We've seen people enjoying what they're doing, and that's coming through.
Yeah, and all credit to everybody for that. I'm going to convert you. This is not going to be the last time you and I share a commentary box in a historic race meeting.
Well, I'm loving these. I mean, the Ford demonstration here we've seen. You know, it's great to see as well.
Yeah. So, and I think you hit it fairly squarely on the head when you said about the fact that it's been gentlemanly and fun, and that's a major part of it. And we've got some great stuff yet to come. We've just finished the Heritage Touring Cup, and we're now on to the next race, which will be along in a few minutes, and that's the Classic Endurance Racing, which is very largely comprising either of the 2-litre cars of the late 60s, early 70s, or a few interspersers from Porsche 911s from the mid 70s. That sadly we didn't see the Matra MS 650 in the first race with Mr. John B behind the wheel, because I'd love to not only see that but hear it. But we've got a few other special cars that I'm looking forward to seeing, so that will be out after the celebrations for the Heritage Touring Cup. And well done, guys, for this. It's been good.
Look, looks very familiar, doesn't it, in a weird way, to see a Capri. Not quite in that guise, but you know.
Yeah, that's very laid back, I have to say. It's Maxime being congratulated by all and sundry. There'll be a hot body in there, I'm sure. That's what we like, isn't it? Maxime congratulated by all and sundry. There we see, once again, that very traditional Ford colour scheme. Says it all. But yeah, that's exactly the colour scheme that they would have run in period from the factory. The factory had their own white steam.
So when did the Ford stripes, the tiger stripes, when did they kick in?
60s,
right?
And they were much more Shelby than Ford.
Oh, okay.
That Shelby ran the various different stripes on Cobras, and then Daytona Cobras, GT40s. But they were the beginning of the two stripes up the car. You don't see any of that in modern racing, do you, Nick?
You see a bit. You see a bit.
Let's look at the highlights again. This huge field down into the racetrack on the first lap, absolutely nose to tail. A good smattering of BMWs and Fords. That the nimble little Escort there outmaneuvering the bigger CSL. There we see our number 50 winner, which is really a beautiful thing to see. The various different shapes and sizes and engine sizes of the Capris, the 3100s of later date. There's the 52 and that classic colour scheme from Ford of Germany. Ford blue with the white top and the oval, the oval number sizes on the side were very much time that we then saw the heartbreak of the 52 breaking down, and it was interesting to look at how some of those Capris were very light-footed at the front and locking front wheels and waving wheels in the air as well. But the battles all the way up and down the field, the puff of flame from all of these lovely cars was absolutely great to see, and very very evocative of the period. And that the Nigrin sponsored car just went through and did a brilliant job. Some people were in for one stint, some people for two, but all the way through we saw a lot of great competition and a lot of fun. Yes, you're right, it was a Ford benefit, but who cares, eh?
Yeah.
Who cares?
An hour well spent.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon, whether catching the waves or laying by a pool, whether reading a book or taking a nap, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace, whether by car or by foot, whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
Welcome back to Estoril. That we are now moving on through our program, and that we've already seen those Capris and BMWs and Escorts and things. Now we move into the classic endurance racing Group 1 section. We saw CER Group 2 yesterday, which was the 2-litre cars, but now we're into their big brothers, and we're into Tony Seiler, who'll be out there in his T70. That we have the Rolf Sigrist in his Chevron B19, and on the way through that group. But I'll just give you a bit of a sight of some of the things that we might see later on, or very shortly now that we've got Lola T70s. I talked about Tony Seiler, who was out in that last race. He's now brought along his Lola T70 Mark IIIB, again one of the best looking racing cars around. Of other people, Serge Kriknoff, who we've already seen today, will be in his Lola T212, a 2-litre sports prototype. We've got Di Tommaso Pantera that will be out there shortly as well. That Romain Bellatest will be in his Chevron B21. And then we've got several Lola T70s. We've got GT40s, which Philippe Skimama, who also has been finding his way around this circuit several times this weekend. Philippe Skimama will be out in his GT40. Porsche 911 Carreras, the 1973 and 4 variants of those cars, the 2.8 and 3-litre cars. We've got many more to come. We're hoping that we're going to see the Matra MS650. Mr. John of B will be out there with that, with Sohail Ayari, who we've seen again racing during the course of this weekend, but he's also done 10 or 11 Le Mans 24-hour races, so he knows a bit about sports car racing, does Ayari. Then we've got say several GT40s, several Chevrons, and several of the big powerful Carrera RSR cars. So we have 37 cars on the grid for this race. Now how they're going to line up is going to be of interest, because on pole we have the number 7 car of Tony Seiler that we were just talking about. Then Next we have the number 19 Rolf Sigrist Chevron B19. Now that's very much David and Goliath there, because the Lola T70 has got a big V8 Chevrolet engine in the back, but the Chevron B19 from 1971 is a 2-litre sports car. David and Goliath, because we know that the T70 is going to be very quick in a straight line, but we also know that Chevron will be quick in its own right as well, but around the twiddly bits. And the fact that we've got that variation on this circuit, Nick, has come to light several times, hasn't it? Where we've seen perhaps the muscle of a big engine works up to a point, but up at the top end of the circuit.
Yeah, it all changes, and I do hope we see the Matra out there, because everyone loves a Matra.
Yes, Matra is a special car. We do need to see that. So as soon as the podium celebrations are over, we'll be getting on with coverage of our Classic Endurance Racing Series 1, Part 1 race. That is a serious looking bit of car.
It is. It's a beautiful beast, isn't it?
The Lola T70 was originally built for the Can-Am series in the US, and that was an open-top sports car and was very successful as such. Won the championship, and then of course McLaren came along and dominated Can-Am after that, and then Porsche came along and dominated after that. But in the early days, the Lola T70 was very much the vehicle to have.
When did the roof come into play then?
What they did was that when they kind of ran out of competitiveness in Can-Am, they then built the car with the roof as to turn it into a GT car, effectively, that they could run in the United Kingdom and Europe, and they raced them in the States as well. But it changed formulas effectively, so it was running against Porsche 917s and Ferrari 512s and things like that. It was designed and built as a customer car, so that Lola was always very reluctant to run factory entries. There's that red car there is a T70 drop head, or no, not a drop head, open
ragtop
roof. Interesting that these drivers very much working hard at warming up their tyres on this sighting lap. That we've seen some people just following a line of stern. Tommaso Pantera, they're going just out of shot.
Another favourite in my house.
There's another T70. Now this is going to be a 60-minute 2-driver race with a mandatory stop once again, and I think that this could again be the battle of the big ones and the small ones all the way down the field, because something that we've learnt over the last 2 days is that power isn't everything at this glorious Estoril circuit. It's certainly, there are places that it comes into play without any doubt.
That's why it's great. I think the circuit gives both guys an opportunity, doesn't it? It gives the powerful cars and the cars that are agile spots to flex their muscles.
Yeah, and this part of the circuit we're on now is very much something that comes to the smaller agile cars. We've seen lots of demon outbreaking into this Parabolica hairpin, and you can actually see the difference in the cars simply by their size. That can't actually, sadly, see the Matra, but let's keep an eye or two peeled for it there, but can't.
No.
The safety car bringing the field under control very well and making sure they line up closely. And third on the grid is the Porsche 9083, which we'll get to talk about a little bit later. Safety car pulls in. We'll now hopefully get a shot of the lights. They are red, staying red, and then as the field approaches the line, very slowly off they go. The lights are green, and I think without any doubt the big grunt of the T70 is going to make all the difference. There it goes. Porsche versus Chevron into turn one, and it's the Porsche that got second place. So that 9083. You can't do three abreast. You can do three abreast into there. You can. These nice, lovely, agile little cars, but it's the Porsche that's actually looks like it's making the running. Oh, we've got a yellow flag already. Got a yellow flag from something that's happened in the first half of the first lap. Oh, and that's our pole man. That's our pole man who's pulled off. That's Tony Seiler who's pulled off. Hasn't even completed a lap, but
I wonder what happened there.
It doesn't seem. I can't see any damage.
No.
But it was fairly fraught up at the front, but I can't see any damage to that car. But undoubtedly, that car isn't going anywhere particularly soon. This is going to be, I think, the Porsche that crosses the line first. But this is not a good first lap, is it? Who's that?
That's the 164 car. Let's have a look. Who have we got? Is it Andy Willis?
Oh, right, okay. That's a little Lola, isn't it? Oh, right, so you've got a safety car to clear up the various things that we've had on a very fraught first lap. The Porsche 9083 is running around at the front of the field. The 9083 is an interesting car. That Porsche built the 908 initially in the mid-60s, and it was a fairly short wheelbase, fairly small capacity race car. They then built another one which was a bit more streamlined and a bit faster. This 9083 that you see at the lead of this thing, they were built for the Targa Florio. Very short, and very very quick, but very pointy because for a short wheelbase as well. And oh, isn't that sad?
Doesn't look right, does it? Parked up there.
No. And they were notoriously difficult to drive. Talk to Brian Redman about the Porsche 9083, but cover your ears when you get the answer, because he had a very fiery accident on the Targa Florio, which he was lucky to get away from alive rather than anything else, as racing cars were in those days. But that's the Porsche 9083. Was certainly a strange car, I think it would be fair to say. So the grab truck comes along. The red car with a white stripe just going tails away from us there is one of the original roofless cars, let's say. I'm not going to call it convertible.
No.
You can see all of these smaller capacity cars. Visually, they are different. That they need to be small to make the most of their agility. They were allowed to have a lower weight, and in fact, it's interesting to see that first 4 cars are all of small capacity, and probably of the first 10, the majority are low capacity cars. But although we had Tony Seiler out there in the glorious T70, which was the fastest car on the track, that isn't typical of the rest of it. Porsche in the lead from Chevron. Built in Bolton in the north of England. Chevrons were.
I think that's both cars hooked up to a vehicle, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
yeah. And towing the T70 back. You don't think he's left the handbrake off, do you? So let's just have a quick look at where we are right now. So we have 114 is our lead car. 19 is second, and 97 is third. So that's the Porsche we've already talked about. 19 is Rolf Sigrist, who was on the front row of the grid in the Chevron B19, and then we have the 97 car of Emmanuel Brigon, and that's another Chevron B19. Little shot of a GT40 there. Followed by the 72 car, which is Didier Robin and Maxime Robin, and they're in their Chevron B16, which is another spectacular car. When we look at those T70s and that one feels for Tony Seiler with his car, which ground to a halt on the first lap, that car was. As I said, they were a customer car. They were built to sell, and they were very, very successful at that. They sold many in both sides of the Atlantic. Eventually, by the late 60s, they'd become just an old racing car, and the way that those things are. And many people will be familiar with the film Grand Prix, with the film Le Mans that Steve McQueen made. And with the 2 very significant crashes in that, one for a Ferrari 512 and the other one for a Porsche 917, supposedly with Steve McQueen driving it, and that it made sense then for them to go and buy 2 loader T70s, which they then dressed up as the relevant cars and crashed. Safety cars in, and so the Porsche is now on his mettle to go out and do what he needs to do. Effectively, we've lost 8 minutes of this race so far.
Oh, look at that.
That's.
Is he going to have that?
He wasn't having any of that, was he?
No.
That was absolutely saying, no, this is mine. But I thought he'd lost it completely. I thought that what we'd seen there was that Mark de Siebenthal was all over the place there. Sorry, it's Enrique Gempel in the car at the moment at the front of the field. So there's another of the T70s we were just talking about. Far from being just another old racing car now, they are absolute jewels in historic racing's crown.
So yeah, it must have, going back to what you're saying, it must have been very painful to, not at the time, but looking back now, I mean, to crash 2 cars on purpose.
Yeah, they set them up as radio-controlled things and drove them into the Armco, and at least one of them is now a proper car.
Wow.
again, because the value of a Lola T70 went up and up and up to the point that it was worth rebuilding it. There we see the number 35 Armand Meal car. So I've just gone out of one car into the next. But these little two-litre sports cars we're seeing here, pretty much like go-karts when you get down to it. They're small, they're nimble, they're very, very responsive. And it's all about keeping forward movement. You don't want to be getting to the end of the straight and jumping on the brakes and then accelerating around the corner. You need to keep the movement going all the way through.
That's some good advice there. You should be a driving coach.
Oh, tush. No, but some of the cars, I mean, even that T70, you can afford to maybe take a different way through the corners, and then jump on the right-hand pedal to squirt down the straight. But with the little 2-litre sports cars, you can't do that. That Martini livery, absolutely right for that car. They also ran them in the pale blue and orange Gulf livery as well. There's always been a degree of controversy over the fact that JW Automotive believed that they had the contract to run the Porsche Works team, which was in that pale blue and orange Gulf livery for 1970, and then there was another 917 that arrived at the first race, which was run and sponsored by Porsche Austria. Porsche Austria just happened to be owned by the sister of Dr. Piech, who was the managing director of Porsche. So, so there was a degree of argument as to how come you're now running a second works team, which was never answered.
Yeah, a justified concern.
Yes, and they ended up with the Martini sponsorship. So that would be one from Porsche Salzburg. Yes, that's a whole new line around that hairpin again, isn't it, for these small cars?
Isn't it crazy the variations we've seen?
Yes, it is. It's that we've seen the minis which don't seem to lift off at all anywhere. they just go flat out all the way around. That the E-types and the Cobras last night, different again.
Yeah.
So
the likes of Nick Padmore then must have seen every square every square inch of this track.
Yeah, every line and every corner. But this is interesting in itself when we see the Rolf Sigrist car, the number 19, in second place, and then that third place T70, which is the number 35 car. They are very different cars to drive, and just look at that battle for second and third. That you will now see, I would expect, the gap to come down as top speed comes into account, and the T70 should be pushing pretty hard into turn one, as we also see possibly a place change. Di Tommaso Mangusta, again very much in the big banger league of what it's about. That's a big Ford V8 in the back of that car, but again an Italian car built with American power. And we've said so many times this weekend, Nick, that what we see here is totally different concepts, and that there you have the Chevron pushing the number 21 car, that Di Tommaso, couldn't be more different. It really couldn't.
Yeah, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Yeah.
They're all getting around in very different ways and very different cars. But again, hats off to Peter Auto for compiling these grids, because the cars are great together.
Yeah, absolutely. So the T70 there, using its muscle now to pull away. So that puts him 4.1 seconds behind the leader. We all know that Porsche racing sports cars are metronomic. They just happen. That providing nothing silly happens like traffic or anything, they just go and go and go. And I'm sure that the guys will be hoping that 9083 does exactly that. But that's the car out in the lead currently.
Look at a little chevron hassling the GT40 there.
Running in sort of tribute Rob Walker colours, the chevron. I don't think Rob Walker ever ran a chevron, but nonetheless the dark blue with the white stripe across the nose.
If he did, it would look like that.
If he did, it would look like that. Yep, absolutely. There's a Mark 1 T70, different front end, as you can see. Not only hassling, but the chevron passes the GT40 in the twiddly bits and through the tight corners. Is the GT40 going to do anything about that? Because he certainly isn't giving up. It's going to be a question of how well he can keep up through these next few corners before they then get to the flat out bit down in front of the pits.
I'd say that chevrons look pretty handy everywhere.
I think you're right.
I don't think he's in too much danger, I would hope.
No, I think you're right. I think that deal is done.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm sure it is. Yeah, the GT40 would have to be very, very quick in a straight line to do anything about that. And I don't think the speed difference is that much that it's going to make any difference. So that lovely little number 72 Didier Robin and Maxime Robin P16. They used to carry, you could either have a BMW engine in that or a Cosworth FVC, which was basically a development of the Formula 2 engine for sports cars. So you could decide where your loyalties were lying between a BMW and a Ford-based unit.
It's a pretty car, isn't it? It's an elegant little car, I'd say.
I think it is, yes.
And the GT40 is no ugly stepsister, is it?
No, it's not. And those cars, they built and raced those for quite a long time, and which in itself I think is remarkable. And that the car that won Le Mans twice, chassis number 1075, was always a JW Golf car, and was never the full factory car. And Ford had pulled out of long distance racing when they, as a factory, won in '66. And that JW carried on with the GT40 for years after that and won Le Mans twice with the same car. So there we see the 79 911. We're not short of 911s again in this race, but Bruce Pinot and Olivier Meichens are giving that one a blast. The yellow GT40 is coming into that mix as well.
Now, was that smoke or was that a tyre?
I think it was a tyre, but ooh, that was...
Ooh. Oh, he cut away just that moment.
There was not a lot of space there, was there, between those two? These are having a good battle. We're seeing plenty of activity here as the leader is already lapping cars fair way up the field. The leader has 3.9 seconds at this particular point over the next Lola T70. He thought he'd got rid of those, but
that was a bit urgent, wasn't it? Coming through there.
But Armand Meal in his T70 is now up to second place. That's the number 35 car we see there. Now, the T70 was famously, I was going to say an easy car to drive. That's not what I mean. It was not a hard car to drive, so it was designed for endurance racing or quick switchback.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
That was at the last second, wasn't it?
Couldn't have been any later. There's two very, very similar cars, both chevrons, followed by the white Lola, a slightly later car.
It's busy, isn't it?
They're getting a bit hectic out there. It does appear to have a fairly wide spread of performance in this classic endurance racing Group 1 race here at the Estoril Classics. They're having a splendid battle there with the number 16 joining in as well. So Brigand from Sigrist. And let's not forget that this is for third and fourth places. There's the 35 Armand Meal car, and look, there's not a lot of difference between the leader and the second place man.
Yeah.
Let's not forget, once again, this is a two-driver race with a compulsory pit stop. So that our leader there doesn't have the luxury of just taking back markers as he chooses to. He's got to slice through these people considerably to get his way through. And we all know that once the second place car can see the first, there's very much a difference in attitude, and we're now just getting to the point where Armand Meal is perhaps able to see the stumpy little back end of that Porsche 9083. There he is. He can clearly see the car in front of him now. I think that we have Henri Champel in that car right now.
So how did that car escape the wrath of Peugeot?
Yeah, good point, actually. I've never thought of that, and I really don't know, because that is a 908, and they were the cars. Maybe it's about being a race car or a road car.
Ah, sorry, yeah.
He said, clutching at straws.
Very possible.
Thank you for your generosity. There we see the first two cars in shot. the gap is 4.1 seconds between first and second. So that really could go any way you choose. And of course, as the race goes on, we still have 25 minutes left to run. The risk is that the cars that you're lapping are the faster cars, and therefore they're more difficult to get by. And the first few cars you lap are the ones at the back of the field, and they're easy to drop back on. So there we have it. Look, 1.7 seconds is our new time. It's not 1.7 seconds.
Well, the gap to the lead is now down to 3.8. So
that's a second a lap.
That's exciting, yeah.
That's a second a lap, and that's the Enrique Jean-Paul is handing over to Mark de Siebenthal in the leading car, but Armand Mille is driving on his own. Does that have a bearing? Probably not. It's not a long enough race that it's going to tire anybody out, although Armand Mille has been doing a lot of driving this weekend in various different cars. But I have no idea whether Mark de Siebenthal is faster or slower than his co-driver.
Well, that gap's now back to sort of 4.5, so
that could
steady.
Easily be traffic.
Yeah,
that could easily be traffic. They always used to say that one of the things with Ayrton Senna was that he wore the yellow crash helmet because when people saw it, they moved out of the way, and it was intimidating. And I don't know the question about whether a Porsche 908-3 is any bit more intimidating than a Black Loader T70. I don't know the answer to that.
They're all fairly intimidating.
Yeah. He's put his headlights on now to make sure that everybody knows that he's in a hurry. So Armand Mahe there. Sorry, that's yeah, that is the right car. Yes, that's fine. Armand Mille is getting confused there. He's certainly pushing that T70.
Yeah.
I'm looking. I hope he does catch him, because that will be. Whoa! But he's not going to catch him very soon. Not if he does that. Well held, sir, I think is the only thing I can say to that. That was very nearly good night Vienna, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was one for the replays there.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see that again.
When something like that happens, it slows you down, doesn't it? It stays in the back of your mind slightly.
Oh, undoubtedly. I think that when something like that happens, people always talk about the rhythm.
Yeah.
And
instantly broken.
Yeah. It's going to take him another 2 or 3 laps to get that rhythm back again. So we're into the pit window now. None of our first 10 cars have stopped yet, but we will be expecting them to fairly quickly. So a 3-way battle for 4th position now, 56, 16 and 19, which we see on our screen there. All very similar cars. The white Lola, the 16 car, has moved up one. So Serge Kriknoff has overtaken now and is beginning to press the yellow chevron, the 56 car. Porsche staying out of the way. That Lola looks very, very handy. Come down the hill. I think because these cars are small and go-karty, you see probably more racing is rubbing stuff because they know where every corner of the car is. We've just seen the Lola drop back to third of these three. It's really nip and tuck, isn't it, with this lot?
Yeah, also where the cameras are housed, some of these moves into turns and out of turns look more risky than they are, and that's not taking anything away from the driving skills we're seeing. But they're all professionals, and they're leaving enough space, I think.
I think they are, and I think they're even if it's only an inch.
Yeah,
that's enough.
That's loads.
Yeah. And you know that with a car like this. I think that's what I was meaning by saying that.
Yeah, it's an extension.
With a small car, you can afford to be inch perfect. With something a bit bigger,
yeah,
it is more difficult.
Yeah, it's like me and my wife's Mini. She's horrified when I drive that.
Still they go on. The Lola has pitted, so we'll come out and start again. That is the only one. In fact, the two Lolas in the top 10 have both pitted, but they are the only ones that have.
Now this gap to the lead is now down to 1.4 seconds.
Ooh.
So things are hotting up.
So a big question then: if you're the leader, when do you stop now?
Yeah, and that's a question I haven't got to answer.
Yeah, which is good news.
Yeah, 1.3 seconds.
So all of the 2-litre cars have dived in to the pits there.
Yeah.
So we're now into that phase. The Porsche's in, and the T70 is in. So they've both pitted at the same time. So just that last portion of the pit window, with 3 minutes left to run, everybody's left it as late as they could, or pretty well everybody. But we'll now wait to see the Porsche 908-3 back out ASAP. And what's the gap going to be between those two then? As you say, it's a little over a second just before the pit stops.
And what's great is that when one of them pumps in a great lap, the other one matches it. So they're egging each other on.
Yes, I bet the pit boards will be busy for those two particularly. It's comforting to know that I would think nearly all of these cars would be original race cars. They're not tributes or recreations. They're probably original race cars. One or two would be tribute cars. It's the Frederick Ducaro Porsche 911 Carrera 3-litre car with the required 1980s whale tail on the back. Couldn't work in the City of London in the 1980s without having one of those.
Without a whale tail.
In red.
Yeah, red was the colour to have, wasn't it?
Right, now we are settling down, and there is our leader. So that Armand Meal has made the best of the pit stops by some miracle. He's done that incredibly well and has come out 17 seconds ahead of the second place car, which is the 57 Chevron. So all changed there. The 19 car, sorry, the car that was previously in second place. I don't know what happened in pit lane there, but Armand Meal is now absolutely in the box seats. We unfortunately didn't get a view of what happened in the pits.
Are we sure he's been in?
Yes, he's.
Wow.
They've all been in.
Something happened.
It did. And we were all expecting Tony Seiler to be at the front in a Lola T70. As it turns out, it's Armand Meal being at front, and there he is passing the 9083. So things that might have been. The Porsche off the leaderboard currently, or way down the leaderboard in 5th place. So things have changed very significantly at the front of this particular race.
That's a distinctive looking thing as well, isn't it?
It is. Those 2-litre cars, that was quite close.
It was very close, yeah.
Hugely popular in period. That we saw in Classic Endurance Racing Part 2 yesterday, that Grid 2, that there were several in there, and they really were a very, very popular series. That they all over the world. It was huge in South Africa, strangely, and in the US up to a point, certainly in Europe, certainly in the UK, and that's why there are so many of these cars probably still about. The Chevron, unmistakable with that strange nose and air intake at the front.
And there still is quite a large historic following in South Africa, isn't there?
Yes, there is. And I think we're very lucky in that historic racing is popular the world over these days. But yes, it is, and there's some in Australia and New Zealand. The United States has a very strong following. We've been involved with HSR for quite a few years now, haven't we? And that with them, with historic sports car racing, given the proper title, very, very strong. There always used to be a thought process. Whoa.
There is a way around somewhere.
There is a rearview mirror somewhere as well.
Oh dear.
That's the 23 car, which was in 6th place. Yes, people always used to talk about American historic racing as being parades where, there was a bit of racing that went on, but nobody was really getting very serious about it. It was more about taking a car out on track. That has gone for many years now, and that American historic racing is every bit as competitive as we've seen here at Estoril this weekend, and so it should be. So the second place car, that Chevron is now 22 seconds behind our leader. So Armand Meal looking reasonably reasonably comfortable. 22 seconds at the front in his big, powerful Lola T70. There's the 72 Chevron that featured early on a bit more than it is now. Didier Robin and Maxime Robin in their B16. The battle of the B16s.
Yeah, it's shaping up nicely. And I'd say it's a bit early to come down the inside, but I think I'm wrong.
Got that done. The indicator is on.
Yeah.
As you said, for the first time yesterday, that's a sign of a driver trying.
Yeah, absolutely. When all hell breaks loose in the cockpit.
All arms and elbows.
Yeah.
Chevron moving up a place. The Mark V car with driving with son Matthias de V.
That looks fairly scale electric as well, doesn't it?
Yes, doesn't it? It's got the logo on the side, which is DART, which was, I think it was something called Alan Doby, if I remember rightly. It was Doby Automobile Racing Team.
Okay.
And so-called DART, D-A-R-T. But then Sterling Moss started his racing team before that, which he called the Sterling Moss Automobile Racing Team. Which was smart, which I think is particularly clever. In inverted commas, Rob Walker Chevron, the 72. Didier Robin pushing hard. The Lola is still in the lead with a 24-second gap now.
I think that little Chevron would be my choice out there today.
I think you have a lot of fun.
Yeah, it screams out fun. Oh.
What, the B16 with a roof, or would you go for an open one?
No, definitely with the roof. I think it looks slightly more secure.
Don't kid yourself. There's an evolution shot. Like the red one is the original Lola T70, and the Mark 3B is our leader.
Yeah.
Same car, but look how it's all changed.
Massively.
And again, you've said a couple of times this weekend about the changes in aero, that there isn't any on the original car.
Yeah.
It just is. That there's a body on it, and suddenly they had to evolve into this, which for its time had some good aero on it.
Wasn't it Enzo Ferrari that was famously not too keen on aero in the early days?
Everything's about the engine.
Yeah.
He always used to say. The body only holds the wheels.
That's right. Yeah.
The engine. There's our number 97. Reasonably comfortably in second place. The number 19 Chevron in third is again minding his own business, but he's beginning to get pushed now by Kriknoff. That's that older version of the 2-litre sports car. Again, talking about about aero. That's a very early version of the concept. Those cars are only a year apart in terms of build, but the Lola, the second one of those two, very simple about getting through the air, but what people used to call streamlined.
Yeah.
Whereas latterly, cars were using the body to. It had a job to do, which was to stick the car on the ground.
So it's obviously a telling year between those two.
Yeah, very much so. Look at any racing car between those sorts of years. Right, the last quarter of the race now. Everybody has obviously pitted and done their stuff. This is the main battle at the front of the race. Battle for third and fourth. That little Lola with Kricknoff at the wheel has been involved in several skirmishes during the course of this race, and I don't think he's given up now. Once again, it's getting through traffic is going to be the challenge.
And there's a lot of it, isn't there?
Yes. Well, with a 37 car entry, there's always going to be a fair bit.
Again, I hark back to the 60s endurance last night, which I think saw 60. Is it 60 cars?
Yes, I think it was. Yeah.
60 cars into the night. Mayhem.
I think you'll be booking your trip back to Estoril tomorrow morning, won't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is now a battle because there's absolutely nothing in it. And it will nip and tuck. You see that? There we are. That's the nip and tuck. But there you had the orange chevron not getting in anybody's way, but making a bit of a difference.
Yeah.
It's all about where you come across cars that you've got to lap. That's going to make the difference. And this third and fourth place, the white car with the blue stripe being in third place, and the little Lola pounding hard after him, looking for that gap. Now look how close he is now. GT40 staying well out of the way.
Yeah, nicely done there.
Actually, the GT40 is going very slowly. I think that wasn't so much politeness as a problem, because it seems to be running very slowly indeed. Now let's hope that if that is a problem, he can get it back to the pits, and he's not going to stop out on circuit, because we really don't want any more yellow flags for a race like this, with this fabulous battle for third and fourth. I think first and second are pretty much decided now, but third and fourth, who gets on the podium is going to be between these two. And the number 16 Lola absolutely needs to pass that yellow Porsche, which it does. There's our leader. You can see how far around the lap he is. Oh, that's another broken chevron, the B16.
Oh,
perhaps that's why it's a broken chevron B16, because there's another one there. That's the 52 car of Carneiro and Canas. That's the Portuguese locally entered B16, sitting forlornly in the gravel. That is going to affect where we go with this yellow flag, but I think it's very likely, because that's the end of the start-finish straight. I think that's going to be a safety car.
Yeah, tricky position.
Yeah, they can't leave that there, and you can't push it out. So I think that's going to be the case. The
safety car's out.
Yeah, there we go. That's that was always going to happen. So that of course, if it's going to take very long, that might just eat up this Lily T70's lead, because that's not going to come out in a minute, is it? But there's work to do there to get the tow truck on site.
You know what'll happen is the tow truck will come on site and it'll put it out in 1 minute.
Just to prove me wrong. So, you can see where I'm going with this. That are we going to see our second place man steal the 37 seconds that he is behind our leader? Because stranger things have happened. Can't actually see where the safety car is, but it could make a lot of difference to the way this race pans out. Always very difficult to deploy a safety car in a race like this, where you haven't got a queue of cars all in the same positions. Do you pick up the most available car, or do you work at picking up the leader? So,
I always think safety car driving is very tricky. It's always deceptively fast, isn't it? And especially in Formula One, more often than not, someone's cross with you for going too fast, too slow, or you're too slow.
That's interesting. He has waved through the GT40, yellow GT40, and picked up the leader, which is, I must admit, a bit of a surprise, but nonetheless, we now have our leader sitting there, just waiting to see how far back that the second place car is going to be. I mean, we only have 3 cars in that chain currently, which probably means that being good, responsible race drivers, the rest of the drivers are behaving themselves and maintaining a reasonable speed, rather than racing up to the back of the safety car, which is what happens in some forms of racing, let's say. But we only have those 3 cars in that group. So whilst I'm delighted when people are behaving responsibly, it's also, it would be much better for the race if they'd all zoom up to the back of the safety car. As it happens, it's actually worked against that the gap is now 41 seconds between first and second under this safety car period. So let's hope that this is going to give us enough time to see that battle for third and fourth resume. I think it probably will. We have got time for this, but I don't think there are any other cars. We saw the other Chevron B16, the other side of turn 1, which 2 and 2 resolutely making 4. You tend to think, well, that probably is that those 2 cars has some degree of coming together down the straight, but that's, I think, is the only other car that needs clearing. The lights are still on the safety car, though.
Yeah, I think one of them is definitely clear, isn't it? It's just about that second car.
Yeah, well, that's one of them.
Brilliant.
With took more than a minute though, Nick, before you say it.
This is true.
But we now await let's say light's still on. And that the way this has panned out, it hasn't done any harm at all for Armand Meal. And he's maintained or even extended his gap under the safety car period, but it's absolutely going to make a difference for third and fourth, because those two will be about a second apart. But we only have 5 minutes left to run.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah, we need to get this cleared, guys. Lights are out on the safety car, I think. No, they're not. I was looking at it sideways, that was it. I thought he was going in, but that means we have another lap. And if anything, he's slowing them down even more. Yes, he's slowed them down to let the pack catch up. So now we have a situation where our second place car will catch up considerably as he crosses the line in just a few seconds' time. There goes our leader now behind the safety car, crossing the line, and now we're just waiting for the chevron to cross the line. That's the and the gap now, Nick, is 7.2 seconds.
Yeah, that's doable, isn't it?
It's going to be less than 3 minutes by the time they get this done. So, in all honesty, it's probably unlikely, but it's a shame they didn't actually close the field up a little bit sooner. 7.2 seconds between first and second. Safety car still out with 3.5 minutes left to run. Oh, how much of a resume do you want of that lot?
So I would guess he's in this lap.
I would have thought so, and that's going to give us 2 laps of running, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the battle we're looking for. There's 2 white cars, the one with the blue stripe in front and the plain white Lola behind. Well, that's for third and fourth.
This a slight plot twist here, isn't it?
Yes. And that's the other side of turn 1. So, how many different permutations do you want? Is that the car that pulled off on the driver's right blew up and put oil on the track, and the other car went in?
Went sliding in.
Was there a coming together? Who knows? Those lights are still on. So at best we're going to get 1 lap, I think. And at this speed, that's going to be all it is. Where the cars are still up at the top of the circuit. So they've only got 1 minute and 40 seconds to get down. There's the cars that we're watching, the 19, the blue stripe, and the car behind it, the white Lola. That will be where any races, they're not going to get that cleared up in a minute. No.
They're not going to get all the people off the circuit in a minute either.
No, this is going to finish under the safety car, I fear, which would be red flag. Yeah. There we are, red flag. And in the circumstances, that's the right decision. But
it takes nothing away from.
Nope, doesn't. I'd like to have seen that battle for third, fourth, but besides that, nothing much. Yeah, they've obviously discovered that was far worse than they thought it was. So a red flag. The safety car will pull them into the pit lane, pull the whole group into pit lane. There they go. It's a shame it finished like that. I mean, they have the facility to restart it, but if you red flag a race, you can actually restart it. But I don't think they're going to. That's big cloud just underneath the bridge.
Cement.
So that's where they're doing the work.
Yeah.
I was thinking that was the other side of the circuit, of the corner, which means probably that's two cars have gone into the turn one close together or side by side, and one has gone over the curbs and ruptured an oil line, pulled the sump off, whatever it is they do on the curbs.
Yeah, and it's the second time we've seen a spillage at exactly that point this weekend, isn't it?
Yes.
So how the next race negotiates that will be interesting.
Yes. I think the previous one was much smaller than this
looks much more severe.
Interesting that they have actually stopped the cars in a line in pit lane, because that calls into question whether they're going to restart it. I don't think they will, not with a minute and 16 seconds to go, because by the time the safety car got round, it would all be over, so it'd be a complete waste of time. But we're still under red flag conditions.
Yeah, I think they are now being waved in.
Let's just look at the highlights. That we saw the white and green Tony Seiler T70 do exactly what we expected of it off the line, but then didn't even make the lap.
That was close, actually. It was treacherous, wasn't it?
Before that stopped, and that let the number 35 Armand Mille car loose. But we saw the Porsche 9083 really putting a stamp on it with the Martini liveried stuff, the car out there carrying the Union flag on the left-hand side. That Armand Mille drove an excellent race, pushing on through the field. The number 19 Chevron seemed to be battling everybody all the way through. He was like the little man in the pub. He was wanting to fight everybody. But the 114 Porsche 9083 did an excellent job. Looks the business. Looks terrifyingly dangerous, I have to say, but with that very forward driving position. But was leading comfortably with the T70 closing him down pretty well. We then saw all of these battles between the 2-litre cars, which were fantastic and something we always expect those cars to do. Very, very competitive at every level, and all the way down the field, the 2-litre cars were pushing and pushing between each other. We started to see the little Lola coming out of that, and this is the battle that we were hoping was going to go all the way down to the wire, but eventually didn't, simply because we got that red flag because of the coming together of the two B16s at turn one. The 114 looking for every bit like a winner until fate got in the way, but the Chevrons and the Lolas continued to show us a great time. The ill-fated number 52 B16 there being overtaken. That was one of the cars that was going to be pushed off, but the 2-litre Chevrons doing such a great job. There's the number 16 Lola, and a very hairy moment there for the other B16, but we had the two cars off, and that caused the red flag, which means that we have finished this race under red flag conditions. It's Mille from Brigance and Sigrist. Kricknoff, I'm sure, is going to feel very, very disappointed not to have got that third place. And if there's anybody this weekend who's going to say, do you know, I could have been on the podium, I think it was probably him, because he certainly was looking very, very competitive. Sadly, we didn't see the number 66 car, which was Jean-Francois Decaux in his GT40. That's he's from the Sign family that we see their name all over our bus stops and posters all over Europe these days. But we have now come to an end of the classic endurance racing. I say it's slightly disappointing to get to that, but we now move on very shortly once the track is cleared up, which is going to take a little bit of time, for the classic, Iberian Historic Endurance Classic. Now
that is a long trail, isn't it?
That is, and that goes, and that's the pits on the left. So now I think that's one of those chevrons has blown up, and maybe has put enough oil down for the other one to fall off it. We didn't manage to get coverage of that in the highlights, but however it is, they're going to have to do it. High speed leaf blowing there with the Mercedes Sprinter. But they'll need to maybe brush that in just a little bit more. They're certainly not going to have time for the pom-poms with that amount of work to do. But they will very definitely make everybody aware. It's part of what the clerk of the course team does will be that they will go down and tell the competitors in this final race, the Iberian Historic Endurance race, that there is some, I imagine it's oil, I don't know, on the circuit. Seeing the weather there on the screen, it's been good, but it hasn't been as warm as yesterday. But we saw 25 and 26 degrees yesterday, but 22 is still more than good for an October motor race day, and that certainly is the case.
I remember going out for a race when the previous race had an oil spill, and being told about it and where to watch out for it, and everyone knew about it. And I was very mindful of it. And first lap, red mist, straight over it. Didn't think, and no one else did either. We all just went straight over it, as you do.
And nobody came to.
No, we all had a little wobble, but yeah, all held it together.
Wow. Yeah, that's quite something. And yes, you're right. Red mist happens, and there we are. There is a beautiful sight. That's and I think Nick would be quite happy with that, wouldn't he? Nigel Mansell and Nick.
Not bad positioning.
Chrome Cars sticker on the side of the car there. They are the owners of several black and gold Lotus cars. It's interesting that Nick has his British Racing Drivers Club sticker next to his name, but Nigel Mansell never got his.
Oh,
look there! Can you see it? There's the shield from the BRDC. The very high profile club. It's one of those clubs that you don't get to apply for. You get invited to, and you only get invited to it if you've had a considerable amount of success in racing cars. So it's very much that kind of thing. The British Racing Drivers Club. But the car's now out. Once again, all credit to the organisers for turning this round so very, very quickly, that this now is the last race of this fantastic weekend. And this is the Iberian Historic Endurance Series. It's going to be a 50-minute race. And
Mini nose off.
We have the minutes out.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
And we get now towards the very end of this brilliant weekend here at Estoril. The weather's been great. The racing has been amazing, and that we've taken away some great memories. My name's Paul Tarsi, and I'll be joined in the commentary box for this weekend by my son Nick, who is very much more a modern racing fan. But Nick, have we converted you a bit?
I think so. Yeah, it's been fantastic. I enjoyed the stuff in the dark last night, which obviously goes hand in hand with the whole endurance racing side of things, which is again something that I'm not overly familiar with. But yeah, I can see the attraction.
Good. Well, if we've done nothing else this weekend, then we've done that. The cars, as you see, are now forming up on the grid, and the number 61 Rollner Porsche 911 is going to be sharing the front row with the Barbo Lotus Elan 26R. Now that is a battle that I am looking forward to, because I think this could be something interesting. Is probably an understatement. The two concepts of the Elan, nimble, fast, good handling. The 911 is very powerful, very quick, and it will be fascinating to see just how this one pans out. But we've got a huge field now. We've got everything from, as we saw yesterday, the Datsun 1200, which started life, or would have started life, as a shopping car, right through the Elans, the 911s. There are a couple of the short wheelbase 911s that we saw racing in the 2-litre Cup early on. Lots of Alfa Romeo GTAMs, the odd Jaguar E-Type. That we have Mustangs, we have a huge field, and that it just goes on and on. Quite a few Escorts, loads of Porsches, and an Alfa Romeo TI Super, the Austin 7, which we saw yesterday local car which didn't unfortunately get very far yesterday. Let's hope that they can keep on running today. And we also have a BMW 323i, which is the last car on that list. But it's going to be a beautiful way to finish this weekend with really it's not quite a run what you brung, but it's close to it. That we've got so many different sorts. There's that car that you and I both fell in love with yesterday.
Yeah.
That's the Ginetta, and that's very much of its time.
It's so sort of understated, isn't it?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. And the British Racing Green makes it absolutely perfect. It's not going to make a fuss. I'm just going to go and have a very, very good race. And at this very crowded grid now.
But a great mix of cars, isn't it?
It is a great mix of cars, and yeah, we know that the 911, the Rollner car, the number 61, which is on pole, is likely to be as quick as anybody. But haven't we seen some upsets this weekend as well? And that's the other thing, that I think in probably half the races we've seen what probably looked like being the final result halfway through the race, and then suddenly it all turns on its head. And that in itself is incredible. We have got happy man Armand there being very pleased, and rightly so, to have won that race in his T70. But yeah, he's a happy man. Handshakes all round, and then no champagne spraying for this one, Nick.
No,
but
he's hoarding it.
Yeah. The martini liveried Porsche on the front there, with the forerunner to the 934 would be that's Porsche number 61, and they will go and run that through. The little Elan even looks small, close to the 911, doesn't it?
It does.
Looks very, very little. That car is in the colours of BRM. That the BRM cars were dark green with the orange nose. That car is dark green with the Dayglow orange front bumper. And BRM built some of the Lotus twin cam engines for race purposes. So I imagine that that's where the link is with that particular car. It's probably got a BRM tuned Lotus twin cam in it.
What's nice as well that I've learned this weekend is the range of ages of the people driving. You know, it's not often that you get to see different generations intertwined in the heat of battle, is it?
No, or in the commentary box. But yeah, I think you're right that these are not. They're certainly not people who are necessarily concurrent with the cars that they're driving.
And that just shows a true love of the sport, doesn't it?
It does. And I did notice that Ralph Callinas was racing in that previous race, who has been around forever, since Adam was a boy. The yellow and orange flag there being waved to warn the drivers about that oil spill down into turn one, because that is actually, I think, on the racing line, don't you?
Yeah, I would be apprehensive approaching that if I was one of the front runners, I think.
Yeah, they're going to have to deal with that.
But it's right out there, isn't it?
It is.
You're going to have to just man up, as my wife would say.
Where that is, right the way back towards the start line, that to me says that was a blow up.
Yeah.
That it's a blow up and then pulling off, because it's too far back towards the start line for it to be anything else, and it certainly isn't running over the curbs, which is what I thought in the first place. But yes, let's look at that we have Carlos Barbeau is going to be starting the the Lotus Elan, and he is no mean fighter in himself. That the Rollner family are on the first and second rows of the grid. That's the pink Porsche, Frau Rollner, and Herr Rollner is at the front in the number 61. So there's plenty of inter-family rivalry there, one thinks.
Something we're familiar with.
We have a very big grid for this race. The biggest grid for the weekend, actually, is this Iberian Historic Endurance race. I'm tempted to say only 50 minutes, in that we've had some very long races which have been action-packed all the way through. And
with that many cars, it's going to be lots of action.
Yeah, and a required pit stop as well. We saw that bright green E-Type running very well yesterday. So we've, that is a really packed grid, isn't it?
It's a vibrant grid as well.
Yeah, and we talked right at the beginning of the show today about the 2-litre Cup, the early short wheelbase Porsche 911s, and how they looked fantastic in their standard, fairly dark 1960s colours. And then you see these cars and you think, well, these are brilliant as well. These are exactly what they should be.
I'm all for colours. I think a car in bright colour is a great thing. If you drive across Europe, you can drive through Germany on the motorways. They're all black or silver, unfortunately, these days.
Yeah.
So.
Look at the colours on the second row of the grid. Oh, that's bad news.
Is it?
Yeah, that's good. Yes, the safety car can pull out. I'm sure that he got the call that said you might have to stay out for another lap. But that second row is very bright and beautiful. My guess is that our pole man, Rollner, is going to pull away fairly quickly with the grunt of that Porsche, but he's going to have his hands full with the Elan. Straight after that, we're away, and exactly that happens. That the Elan is left in the wake of the Porsche. In fact, to the point that the E-Type is now into second place, cuts across just enough in front of the Elan to stop him having any ideas. Now, is everybody going to get through? We are looking at 4 and 5 and 6 wide as they go into turn 1, but they are all apparently getting through in good shape. The BMW 2002 there, pulling up the hill, but all is calm and all is bright, so that's brilliant.
Well driven by everyone through there.
Yeah, because it must be pretty hairy to be in a situation where you've got cars all around you.
Absolutely.
The little Shapecraft Elan.
Oh. That was well saved from the Alpha.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
So this will be the lap where they're going to have to face that cement dust head on, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, and some people are going to have to do it because they are 2 and 3 abreast.
Look at the rake on that Porsche.
Yeah, I was trying to work that one out. And part of it was because it was on the curbs, but it's all a bit Red Bully, isn't it?
It is.
That's the genetic. And you said about being understated and things. It's far faster than you think it's going to be.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
And that's all part of its absolute charm.
Yeah.
That it's out there. The Shapecraft Elan. Not sure whether that has yet got Mr. Padmore on board, but will have at some stage during this race.
Now let's see a shot at the bottom of the straight.
Is everybody going to keep just that metre to the left? Just get a feel for this huge grid, and it keeps on coming. No, we didn't get to see that, but we will, I'm sure. So that's the Elan that started with Klaus Barbeau on the front row of the grid, but has dropped back just a bit.
Plucky little Elan, I think it has to be known as.
I think you're right, yes. Yes, it is. But he's being monstered by a Mark 1 Escort.
Leave him alone.
It does look so ridiculous, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's great stuff.
So Barbeau, Ferreira and Dado. And it's happened again, Nick. We've got three completely different cars.
Yeah, oh, is he going to go the inside here? Yes.
Yeah. Oh. The Elan says not on my watch, but nonetheless. Actually,
Concedes 2 places.
Lost 2 places there by being in the wrong place on the right-hander. He then got beaten on the next one. That car in the broad speed colours, the little Escort, one of the Alphas, not feeling at all well.
So they got it back,
yeah,
but only just.
Right. Yes, that's the car that stopped out on track. So that we're seeing a complete change for those 3 cars. The Porsche was at the back, and he's now coming through into the lead of that group. No, he's gone through the kitty litter.
Good lad.
Yeah, has to be done. The sooner we get that going, the better.
I mean, there's a lot of lap time to make up by going a bit wider there, isn't there? They're going to have to do it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So the Elan has now lost out to the Ginetta. Hurrah! Hurrah! The Ginetta pushing on and on and on, taking the Elan there.
Battle of the Tiddlers.
Battle of the Tiddlers, you're absolutely right. There's our leader. The Jaguar E-Type now up to 2nd place, just coming into shot there for a very short second. So we need now to look at that gap. Currently it was 6.4 seconds. Is that going out or coming in? That's a proper E-Type. That's built for racing. So I would expect it to be pretty quick. Ginetta's got to the front of that group now. He's just got to hunt down the 911 in front of him. That's kind of where you end up.
And that Elan's not dropping back, is it?
No, he's in it. I just want to see if Ginetta can close down on this grey Porsche in front of us. And there's another Brumos Porsche, and that is the Brumos livery, so that's fair enough. We had one car this morning which was in a quasi Brumos livery in the 2-litre Cup.
Yeah, which still brought a smile, didn't it?
It did.
He's looking for a way past there.
He was. But that's exactly what I'd expect him to.
Well, I mean, he can. There's slipstreaming, isn't there? I mean, that's the size difference.
Yes. Those cars have got very similar engines to the Lotus Twin Cam.
Oh, very nice.
Oh yeah, and just made it difficult for him to turn in and do anything else.
Can he hold it? Took the inside line for. Yeah, there he is.
They're very close, Nick. Very close. And that escort must seem like a block of flats from the driving seat of that Elan. It's ridiculous to see. But he's done it,
and in comes through the Brewers Porsche.
Now, are they going to help hold each other up? That we've seen this happen quite a few times this weekend, where the other cars hold each other up. So is Morel going to get held up by everybody else?
Yeah, he's got to get on with it if he's going to do it.
Yes, he needs to do that. He needs to do that escort. I'd say that escort is faster than it has any right to be in this sort of company.
It's been driven well.
This is so close, and I think the Elan, part of it was driving him wide, and part of it was that he didn't really have a huge amount of choice. I think he was to the point of being out of control. But the Elan's made the break now, look, and so now it's a battle between the Escort and the 911. But look at this, Nick. Look at this.
Yeah.
The Ginetta down the inside. No, he's not going to make that stick. But there's a second place car, and
look at the tail on that.
Second and third. Look at this. So this actually is the battle that may well make it a Rollner 1-2. Mr. and Mrs. Rollner. So the E-Type, and then the 47. Oh dear, that's bad news on all sorts of counts, because that is well and truly buried, and that is undoubtedly going to be a safety car. Now, is that a cause and effect or nothing to do with it? But I think we're going to see a safety car for that without very much doubt at all.
Which is a shame, because these two are on it.
They are on it.
Oh.
But that car is well and truly buried, and is going to need a significant tow to get it out. Still no yellows now. They've obviously told the driver to stay in the car until they've done something about it. That's only the second time that we've seen anybody go off at the last corner. But I would be expecting a yellow at the very least for that particular spot.
Strange, isn't it? Oh, that doesn't look healthy.
That does not look in the least bit healthy, and that's right in front of the pits, isn't it?
Yeah, worst possible spot for that.
Yeah. Now we have now got some yellows waving, I saw there.
Is that for the final turn? Or is it for...
I don't know. It's not for that, because it was too far around the lap. So the battle of the ladies here for second place. Right, okay, that answers that question.
Yeah.
But we have a safety car. And the safety car this time running very slowly to bunch the pack up properly. The red and yellow flag goes in, but the safety car running very slowly indeed. Look, he's picked up the leader, but I think the rest of the pack is fairly well spread out. The second place car is only 11 seconds on the previous lap behind. Let's see. There it is. There's the green E-Type and the pink 911. So they are now very close to the leader. But whether we're going to see the husband and wife battling it out for the lead, that would be exciting, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And
that's the place to do it, isn't it? You know, any domestic dispute, get on the racetrack
with a 911 each.
Yeah, I'll see you on the racetrack.
And we've got another lap at least behind the safety car. It is a point of interest that car is going so slowly, that clearly looking to hold everybody up. Now with 36 minutes left to run of this 50-minute race, I'm not sure if the pit window is open or not, but we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I don't know whether it's my imagination, but that looks like 40 miles an hour or something. It certainly isn't very quick.
Yeah, I'd say 40 is optimistic.
Yes, you could well be right. There's the Red Bull 911 with the high rake. Must be so frustrating that they've only had 15 minutes of this race, and they're running around like that. There's that little Fiat 128.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Least likely racing car of the weekend, Fiat 128. I think that probably wins hands down.
Yeah, I think so.
But the positions still obviously under the safety car. The number 52 E-Type is currently running down in second place now. Rhea Sauter is driving that currently, and she will be handing over to Andrew Newell. Now Andy Newell is a hot shoe. He really knows what he's doing. So that the E-Type could be one to watch, and then with the 47 car behind it, that pink Porsche, that's going to be again one to watch, because that featured very well in this race yesterday. So I think we're going to have battles all the way down the field. Still got the safety car, and that's chiming away. Lights still on, so that extrication is presumably taking quite a little time to do. The little bit we saw of that Alpha that was in the gravel trap, it was pretty well beached.
It was dug in, wasn't it?
And it's not always particularly easy to be able to extricate a car like that without doing significant damage. So perhaps that's part of it. No, the safety car is bolted now, so the leader now becomes the effective safety car and has to decide when he's going to make the break. There he goes. But our leader has made the break. Those first few cars are already lapped. So he's done a beautiful
He's done a very good job, yeah.
Look at that. Because nobody can overtake those cars that are 2, 3, 4, 5 on the road until they cross the start-finish line. So
beautifully done.
Yeah. That look at that. The E-Type just holding back enough, and then it'll go like the clappers to try and overtake that. That was a master stroke in terms of managing to run away and leave those back markers absolutely in the way. So it's all to do now for Ria Salter. And a lot to do there. It's blue-green E-Type versus pink 911. Doesn't get much better than that, does it?
Yeah. What were we saying about colour earlier?
Yeah, isn't it? Isn't it? You certainly know who's in front with those two.
It's my daughter's favourite colour as well. If you could call that aqua.
I think you probably could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turquoise aqua.
So it's the olive E-Type.
Yeah, that's right.
And yeah. Do you think that perhaps that Porsche is fractionally faster at this stage than the E-Type? Do you think it's
almost definitely? It's just that old thing, isn't it? It's about clean air.
Yeah. Yeah, and in some ways, Ria's job is just to hand that over to Andy Newell in second place. If that happens, then that's job done. Oh dear, that was
brilliant driving.
It had all the hallmarks of a four-wheel drift, except I don't think it was intentional. But with only 15 minutes run so far, these two are side by side. This is going to be fascinating into turn one. No, that Ria Salter has pulled off from Arlette Rollner.
Yeah.
And once again, here we get it, side by side. There's our leader. And
there's our leader.
There's our leader. Porsche livery on that, Martini livery on that Porsche. And he really did a brilliant job, and that cemented a huge lead for him, an 11-second lead.
I don't think I've ever seen a restart like that.
No.
Executed that well.
Have another yellow flag. Somebody else has fallen off. Is that fair?
Recovery vehicle.
No, whatever it was has gone. The yellow flag is back in. So half an hour for these cars left to run. They all have to make a pit stop yet. And I have been surprised. That's our front row. Claude Barbeau. That's the Elan with the orange strip across the front. Doing a good job, but a little further down the field than perhaps he would like to have been. Closes the door fairly firmly.
He's hanging on, isn't he?
Yeah. Yes, you may have a big butch Porsche, but
I can do this.
Yes. Yes, I can close the door like this. Another yellow. People are falling off everywhere.
Yeah, people are going for it, which is what we want to see.
That's true. That's true. So
can he hang? Oh, he's peeled off.
No, he's going to make his pit stop now. That's just a minute and a half into the pit window.
Let these guys squabble it out, I guess the game plan is.
Yeah. Yes, don't want to be too involved with that. Because they could easily fall over each other, couldn't they, those three? And you wouldn't want to be in a LAN in a 911 sandwich, would you?
No. A triple 911 sandwich.
Yes. We will shortly, over the next 15 minutes, start to see the pit stops happen. And we've lost our leader from the timing screens. There he is.
Oh dear.
That was what the yellow was for.
Now, is there any damage on that car?
Let's have a look. Because that car was definitely recovering from something. It may have been that there had been a mechanical problem.
But it looked like he was hugging the edge, didn't it?
It did. It did. Maybe that was just because he was regaining the track. I really don't know. But we've now got the Jaguar E-Type with Rhea Sauter in the lead. And this is the battling 911s. Duarte, Santos and Suarez. They're not being overly silly about it. They're squabbling, but there's probably the best part of a second between each of them.
Still lots of pit stops to get done, aren't there?
There are. So we now have now the pink Porsche has made a pit stop and is still in second place. The E-Type has just done fastest lap of the race. But it's all hotting up at the front. Ginetta, our favourite underdog, is carrying on regardless and leading these three 911s. Ginettas were built in Witham in Essex at this stage.
Wonder what's happened to that factory now.
I don't know, I'm sure there's somebody who could tell you from the Ginetta Owners Club.
It's probably a JD Sports.
Yes, everything is. So we still have the E-Type at the front now, unbelievably, with the pit stops. And this isn't going to stay, but for the pit stops, second place is the Ginetta.
Yay!
So this is second, third, fourth, and fifth. But as I say, that won't stay because everybody else is way down the order. But we'll see. We're in that sort of twilight period where you're never quite sure who's what. There was a car stopped on the edge of the track there.
Yeah, that's been there for a couple of laps, hasn't it? I think.
Has it?
I think they're deeming it not to be too much of a hazard.
Yeah, I can understand that. But yeah, that car is without doubt stopped. Driver still in it. That's the Gonçalves 211.
Nothing's smoking or dented.
No, that's which I suppose is good news. I don't know, because if it's not smoking or dented, then it's probably something expensive and invisible.
Yeah.
Part of the joy of this whole weekend is that because we've got lots of different series, there's a BMW and a Mark II Escort there. We've seen a race which was fairly full of those earlier on, but it's great to see these now racing Elans and 911s.
Yeah.
Oh.
Now, cars need those.
Yes. Yes, whoever that's just fallen off.
And that's in a horrible, horrible place. I think that's at the end of the straight.
Do you? It certainly seems to be on the racing line. And it will not be an easy thing to catch.
No. But it's going to be a bit hot as well.
Exactly, yes. So we may just see a safety car now. Not sure.
And whatever car that's come off, I'm sure the driver knew for a good couple of laps something's up underneath.
Yes, the banging and the crashing and the strange noises.
That's the giveaway.
Bit of a look up there. On second place, Ginetta. Ooh. Having to be a little bit forceful.
He's gone in.
But he will now come back out into the field. The E-Type, we're now beginning to see the things settle down.
I think that's where the exhaust was. So I think a marshal has done the deed.
You think the pom-pom squad at the end of the straight have...
Yeah.
Right, so anybody who hasn't needs to. Pit window in 2 minutes.
And are there any cars out there sounding particularly raspy?
That's true. That's true. I haven't been able to pick one up. But we have a few cars, very few cars, yet to make their stop, and it's the Jaguar E-Type, which is now in the lead, having stopped, having made his pit stop, and that we just need to leave it for another couple of minutes until everybody has settled down, and then we'll be able to see the last 20 minutes race to the flag for this, the final race of the day, the Iberian Historic Endurance Race. 50-minute two-driver race. We've now come to the end of the compulsory pit stops, so we now just need to get all the cars out on track.
Alpha and Alpha there. They're such fat little cars, aren't they?
They are, yes. I never thought of them. I've always thought of Alphas as being very sort of slim and pretty and things.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they are chunky.
Yeah, fat with a PH. That's how the kids say it.
Is it? I don't know that, Nick.
Nor do I.
No. Well, there you are then. Yeah, nice battle going on with those two, and the escort saying, yeah, I want to play. Going down the inside, he's going to be perfectly placed on the inside, as certainly to get the second of those Alphas. He had a bit of a moment under braking last time round, but just about makes it. Just about makes it, yeah. And so we now have a proper pit window closed, and the positions are that the E-Type is in first place with still with Rhea Sauter at the wheel. Then we have the number 61 Porsche in second place, and the Elan 26R, the number 27 car, is now up to third. So the shakeout that we were expecting.
Oh, look at that! Oh, we cut away just at the wrong moment there.
That yes, that was a handful. But would you like to know, Nick, that the Ginetta is now in fifth place?
Right, okay, and that's a settled down position, isn't it?
It's a settled down position. So now we have back to where we thought we'd be. That the Rollner Porsche is now back in the lead. He's come out of that very late pit stop and has resumed in the lead. So it's the Porsche from Rhea Sauter, and then in third place is the Elan 26R of Klaus Balbo. But there is our leader. Look at the difference in Porsches there.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Yeah.
But, and then, you know, if you put a 2022 car in that mix as well, again, a different look.
Yeah.
There's one of the cars from this morning's 2-litre Cup race.
Makes it look effortless, doesn't it, from the outside there?
Yes.
Wider wheels, bit more advancement, a few years of design.
The Elan's still pushing hard in second place now. He's got the jump on the Jaguar E-Type, so Elan up to second.
That is plucky, isn't it?
That is the plucky Elan. The plucky Elan. So yes, we have Porsche from Lotus from E-Type. Now this is a fight and a half. Arnaud Rollner in the pink car loses the place, I think.
And literally, having said we haven't seen many people go on the outside into turn one, everybody has.
In this race, it's all change. The Ginetta still holds on to a sterling plucky fourth place. There was a car stopped on the inside there.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is a very healthy place to be stopped. We've probably got enough time. Oh, and there's another one. That's the 176.
Can he? No.
No, so he's coming out of. He was in 16th place, I think, at the point that he went off. And there's the one that was on the inside of the uphill hairpin. I'm surprised that they're happy to see cars on grab cars on track, etc. Or the Ginetta being overtaken there. So that's another. That will be him down to 5th, I guess. But the silver Porsche very much on a charge. That's the yellow flag, presumably for the recovery vehicle. Yeah, that's not a good place to stop, is it?
No.
I'm surprised that they're a little cavalier with the yellow flag there. With that car stop there. Oh, another one.
Go.
You think there's something on the track?
No. I think everyone's aware it's the last race of the day. They're all going for it. But you never know.
No, I think probably you're right. That this is the end of the championship. Like that.
Yeah. Oh no! Now, quick, can you get that around? Yes, you can.
I'm not sure he can actually. Because he's going to end up doing that on the curves. Porsche parade there. Yes, I thought that probably we were going to need a safety car.
Well, with 30 minutes remaining, let's hope it's not. It's quite a quick safety car.
I would have thought so. Oh, drive-through penalty for 132. I wouldn't mind betting that's something to do with yellow flag. Is he going to wave everybody through until he gets to our our Porsche leader. Yeah, that's all it took. Look, so he's now settled down, and our Porsche leader has once again got 1, 2, 3 cars between him and the second place Lotus Elan. So he's going to be able to do that bolting trick if he's lucky, and the Elan is not going to be able to overtake those 3 cars between him and them.
So he's done it once.
Yeah.
Now he's just going to do it again.
Yeah.
And this is the one that counts.
Yeah, this is going to be the one that counts, because my guess is that they will get these cars out in 11.5 minutes. I don't think there's anything significantly worrying about.
You can see at the back there, they got it attached.
I think so. So it's, this is good stuff. So there's the Elan. Then we can see the E-Type. There's another 2 cars behind that. Then there's that 356, and then we have the 4th place car, the next 911 there. So it's all going to be about how you handle the safety car, isn't it? I think that we are going to see the current leader run away and hide, but the rest of them are all going to be held up by cars until they cross the start-finish line. So what do you do? Oh, hang on, I
think that's the recovered Porsche.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Not the leader. No, it's not the leader. It's another silver Porsche with martini stripes in it.
Yeah, that's so common.
So yeah, I think we could see some significant battling for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Elan, the E-Type, and that 3rd Porsche 911.
The Gianetti's found himself in a horrendous spot there, hasn't he?
Yes. Yes, a small spin, even in a 50-minute race, can be so costly because there's just so many cars on track. So many cars on track. The lights are still on the safety car, but I think there's an even chance that we're probably coming towards the end of the period. And I suppose last race of the season, last race of the weekend, there must be a temptation to say, yes, I will overtake that lapped car before we get to the start-finish line, because what can they do? They can only shoot me. I'd still like to finish 3rd or 4th or whatever it might be.
No one's going to think that.
Do you not?
Come on,
so?
We've seen such gentlemen.
Well, that is true. Yes.
You know.
Yes, I am perhaps thinking more of your sort of racing.
Yeah. More of me.
No, I didn't mean you.
I think it's true.
Lights are off.
Here we go.
So the safety car running much harder this time, I have to say.
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah, in fact, it's running hard enough that the 2nd and 3rd cars in this queue can't stay up. He's done it again.
He's done it again.
Yeah. The Elan is in 2nd place. And then the E-Type is in 3rd. But look at that, the E-Type's really held up. The Elan is probably doing himself a lot of good by pushing through, and
he's brave, isn't he?
He's brave, yeah. Look at that. Yes, in fact, the Elan has done as much to alleviate his position as the leader has.
Yeah.
Because look, we're not even seeing the E-Type as this first gaggle away from the safety car goes on. So yeah, look, we're still waiting for the E-Type. Doesn't even appear then.
Yeah, well, he's down in fourth now.
So he's been jumped.
Yeah.
No more cars in the gravel. That's not allowed. We don't want any more of that. Yes, he's been jumped by the pink Porsche. Look.
Yeah. Now, will this be another position lost?
Yes. That E-Type is struggling in these last few minutes of this last race of the weekend. There's the Ginetta.
Yeah, he's making his way through.
Just that one little spin, and then the runs of safety cars probably has caused enough of a problem.
Now, do we think that little Ginetta is going to go for the E-Type? Is there enough time? Are there enough laps?
Oh, that'd be exciting, wouldn't it? See Ginetta overtaking E-Type. I have never seen a Porsche with a rake like that.
No, and I've seen 3 or 4 this weekend like that.
Maybe that's just modern technology.
Yeah, circuit specifics.
Oh, don't start with that.
If I sound like I know what I'm talking about, I don't.
So there's the second Rollner Porsche.
Now, the Ginetta is 2 seconds behind the E-Type.
Right.
That's game on, isn't it?
But that might still be from crossing the line under the safety car. I have to wait and see. Of course, we're now getting to 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's
fine.
So that E-Type really struggling.
I wonder why, because he was doing so well. But now he's certainly in trouble. No, that has changed. We've got a red flag. We've got a red flag now. But the Ginetta did pass the E-Type.
And there they are, coming into shot.
Yeah. So the Ginetta. Oh, that's why there's a car parked right on the apex of that downhill hairpin, which I think is probably just too dangerous to move. Disappointing end to that race, but I could see why, because it was parked in such a way that you couldn't get a snatch vehicle to it, and if they were going to put out another safety car, that would run for more than 5 minutes. So they will bring the cars in. Again, technically, under FIA regulations, you can restart a race after red flag conditions, but the clerk of the course needs to decree whether the race has been suspended or whether this is the end of the race. And I would think almost certainly this will be race end. Yes, look, the cars are being pushed back into the paddock. So yeah, that will be the end of this.
Well, it was fun, wasn't it?
It was
a lot of action in that race.
Yeah, yeah. There's the plucky lad.
Yeah. Then please let me go out again.
Yeah, I want to play.
I had him.
But yes, it was it really is a hodgepodge of different cars, as we can see just watching through there. Confirmation that the race will not restart. That we now have cars running back into the paddock. We have seen a fantastic array of different cars this weekend, and yes, I think you hit the nail on the head, Nick, when you said that we've seen all sorts of different cars in different races. and that's absolutely how it's been.
Is there a car or a driver that stood out for you over the weekend?
I think probably my answer is going to be close to yours, because for me, that last race last night, the 60s Endurance Legends, that was pretty much as good as it gets.
Yeah, I think for me, seeing those Cobras, I've fallen back in love with the Cobra. It was my favourite micro machine. Now, most of you will not know what a micro machine is, but some of you will. And it was my favourite, and it's my son's favourite micro machine as well. So I'll be stealing it back when we get home and popping it on a shelf.
Poor Oscar. So any one of those Cobras or all of them?
I think there was a group of three, wasn't there? Yeah. And they were all driving so well. You couldn't really pull out any particular one.
Todos vocês estiverem aqui connosco, desde já o nosso muito obrigado. Alguns já estão indo embora. Espero que tenham gostado deste fim de semana competitivo aqui no Autódromo de Estoril. E bom mercado seguramente para o ano, para mais um Estoril Classics, edição de 2023.
And this was the final race of the weekend, Iberian Cup with big grid throughout 50 minutes of racing. It ended as a red flag race due to some issues on the track, some fluids that kept unsafe to
Bit of a technical problem from Rui there. We'll see if we can get back to him. Oh, sorry that we having technical problems there with Rui Belmonte in pit lane. So, in common with some of the competitors this weekend, a few technical difficulties. But yes, I think the 2 Litre Cup was entertaining. It was interesting, and I thought that it worked exceptionally well. I've loved the mix of different cars that we've seen, Nick, and that we've
That's a good case in point.
yes.
A tiny mini
on the back of or towed by a huge great pickup truck. But we've seen lots of stuff. I don't think we saw the forklift truck in the race.
No.
But besides that, it's been good. 2 days of racing that I think everyone enjoyed. You've made the point, Nick, that the spirit of the event has been fantastic. The way that people have fought very hard in some cases, but have always been firm but fair. They've always done the right thing. You haven't seen anybody do anything stupid or force people off the road or anything like that. It's been very gentlemanly.
Yeah, it's been remarkable. I don't think I can remember a time that I've witnessed
And there we have the results. So it's the 61 Rollner car from Barbeau is in second, and then Duarte in third. They are our first three. That is confirmed after that red flag stop, which is was caused by a mixture of fluids on the track and a car in an impossible position. So I think that all in all, I think it was the right thing to do. Sad, but to see two red flags right at the end of this fantastic weekend. That we've seen the advertisements from Estoril City, and looking at just how gorgeous the city is. The racetrack is superb. We talked earlier on, Nick, about the fact that wouldn't it be great to see modern Formula One cars on this circuit again, because we know it's never going to happen. But let's. I think we've now got Rui Belmonte, so let's go down to pit lane.
This is the last moments of the 2022 Estoril Classics. A beautiful weekend with a lot of good races, more than 300 cars that were here throughout these 2 days on a fantastic racetrack. We finished with the Iberian Cup. The winners are about to climb up to the podium, to the final celebrations. Fantastic weekend for this edition 2022. We hope to see you everyone again in 2023 once more, with a beautiful show, beautiful races, and of course the best cars in the world.
But I was going to say the sister car, but it isn't. But sadly, that died a death, and Mike Newton went on to an undisputed win in that car. But a happy man on the podium, nonetheless, for all of that. And then we saw the next race on the agenda. We see the Lister Jaguar there, but it was the Bizzarini which came to the fore, beautifully driven throughout. Started well down the order, but nonetheless got to the front, and happy people there. So we once again very good to all of that. The Formula One cars never fail to impress, and we saw that. We saw Nick Padmore hold off the attentions of Martin O'Connell to take the win, having won yesterday as well in that ex-Nigel Mansell JPS Lotus. But that's the car that was right up there. The boys did that. So we have the finish of that. We saw the Capri Fest, that was really an excellent run through. Lots and lots of Capris with the old BMW for company, and they went through. But that was a great race in itself, and some beautiful cars to watch, and some flame outs too, which was good. But We've seen some great racing this weekend, Nick, and that I think we should all be very pleased. I'd like to thank you, Nick, for coming and joining me in the commentary box, because I think we've had a lot of fun. I hope we've actually converted you.
Absolutely, 20 hours of racing, no massive contact. You know, what a great event.
So thank you everyone for that. He's Nick Tarsi, I'm Paul Tarsi, and we have been your commentators for the whole of the weekend. I hope you've enjoyed it, and if you have been, thanks for listening.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.